Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalk & Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines it in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A 2-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Govs a 9-7 lead.
Here Baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That will be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine round second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will
Here
slide
Baseball
in.
is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a 2-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Here Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Koenig, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
And a good afternoon as we welcome you here to Hyde Stadium for our second straight day of baseball as the Governors now take on Rapid City Central after a rainy Friday night where the Governors got to both wins against Spearfish. They now a little bit cooler temperature still yet today, but a beautiful day for some baseball here at Hyde Stadium as the Govs will look to extend that winning streak out to potentially 14 games by the end of the day today. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean. And Blake, at some point, and maybe not, the Governor team in 2023 ended up winning 14 straight games and won a state championship on it. You think at some point there'll be a loss somewhere for this Governor team before we get to the end of the season. You hope it's before the end of the regular season, if it's going to come at all. But this Governor team is playing really well. We talked about it over the last couple of home games especially. This Govs team find ways to win, whether it's by good hitting, by good pitching, by good defense. And here today, another chance to face a good hitting team where we might see maybe a higher scoring at games 1 and 2 in this doubleheader. But the Govs have been able to do that. They've been able to hit the ball well in games to outscore their opponents in a high scoring game. And this might be the case where the Govs want to win. They got to have the bats ready to go for our doubleheader today.
Yeah, this is going to be maybe one of those games that we've talked about where Pierre has a chance to win a slugfest type of game. We've talked about the Governors being able to beat teams in a variety of different ways. They've got this Rapid City Central team coming in here, 6-9 record on the year, but they hit the ball all over the yard. Team batting average of 389 as a team, so they can really stick it. And, they've got a few guys with names you've heard before, like if you're following Legion Baseball, you've heard the name Solano before. UTEC's a name you've heard as well. So they've got some guys that can really put the bat to the ball and hit the ball around the yard. So this may be a game that's the Govs are going to have to win, or a couple of games rather, that the Govs are going to have to win by, maybe double-digit scores, but they've proven that they're capable of doing that this year.
14 hits between the two games for the Pierre Governors yesterday against Spearfish, and it might be 14 hits to help try and win just one game here today, depending on how things go. But Carter Templeton is on the mound for the Governors, and it will be Lake and UTEC on the mound for Rapid City Central. So while we say how much hitting might be the importance of the game, these two pitchers don't give up a whole lot of hits either. So this could be still a low-scoring game that the Governors like their chances. We've seen now 4 straight complete games by the Pierre Governor pitching staff, going back to the wins on Huron on Tuesday, and then the wins last night against Spearfish. 4 straight complete games. Yes, 2 of them were in shortened games, but still 4 straight complete games for the Governor pitching staff. And Carter Templeton is still thinking, hey, why not make it 5 straight games with complete games for the pitching staff?
Yeah, this has been a really strong stretch for the Governor starters. We got to see Will Danberg and Brennan McCullough do it yesterday. Carter Templeton has come in and really thrown the ball well this year. Also, he's got a he's got a really high bar to maybe shoot or jump over today, but especially with the amount of complete games that we've seen from the Governor starters. But he is more than capable. He has thrown really, really well this year up to this point. And really, those big 3, those are the 3 guys you want on the mound if you're the Governors in McCullough, Templeton, and Will Danberg. So we get to see one of those 3, and we get to see all 3 of them in consecutive games here at Hyde Stadium, but we get to see Carter Templeton on the mound here in Game 1 this afternoon.
Well, the Pierre Governors take on the Rapid City Central Cobblers in our doubleheader here at Hyde Stadium, an hour later than originally scheduled, giving a chance for maybe a little bit warmer temperatures, but for that field to dry out. This field looks absolutely amazing going into this doubleheader after, again, last night that it wasn't horribly bad with the amount of rain, but this field is looking very, very nice here for our second straight day of games here at Hyde Stadium. We'll take our break here in the pregame show. When we come back in 4 minutes, we will have the starting lineups and first pitch between the Pierre Governors and the Rapid City Central Cobblers. We'll take a 4-minute break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
As we welcome you back here to Hyatt Stadium, we are getting set for first pitch between the Pierre Governors and the Rapid City Central Cobblers as we look at the starting lineups for both of these teams. And we first start with the Rapid City Central Cobblers. They will go with Steven Solano, the second baseman, to lead things off. Asher Jackson, the shortstop, to bat second. Ben Farnsworth, the catcher, batting third. Lakin Utek, the pitcher, will bat fourth. Brody Poyer, the DH, will bat fifth. Tucker Jones, the first baseman, batting sixth. Nate Maylou, the third baseman, is batting seventh. Kane Gregory, the left fielder, batting eighth. And Parker Case, the right fielder, is batting ninth, as it is Noah Kirksey that is not in the lineup, but he is the center fielder for game number one. For the Pierre Governors, Carter Shuffleby to lead things off. He is a shortstop. Porter Hunsley, the center fielder, is batting second. Sutton Sonnenschein, the catcher, is batting third. Trip Lindekugel, the DH, is batting fourth. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, batting fifth. Hudson Schaefer is at third base. He's batting sixth. Alec Eiler is the first baseman, batting seventh. Hudson Stosher, the DH, make that the second baseman, batting eighth. And Will Danberg, the right fielder, is batting ninth for the Governors to round out the batting order. And on the mound, it is going to be Carter Templeton here for the Pierre Governors in game one of our doubleheader. As Templeton comes in having thrown 18 2/3 innings. This will be his sixth appearance, but fourth start overall, 2-0 record. 15 hits, 9 runs, all of them earned, 9 walks and 17 strikeouts. That ERA is sitting at 3.38, a whip at 1.29, and a batting average against at 221 for Templeton on the season. And this Rapid City Central team, Blake had mentioned it during the first, before we took the pregame break, hitting .389 as a team. And it starts with Solano, who's hitting .623 on the season with his 9 doubles, 6 triples, and a home run, and 21 runs driven in. He does it all. Even at the leadoff spot, he does it all for this Rapid City Central team.
Yeah, and Solano's a name, if you've followed South Dakota high school baseball or just Legion baseball as a whole for a number of years, they are normally exclusively playing for the post-22 Hard Hats. And so it's really interesting to see Steven Solano playing high school ball for the Rapid City Central Cobblers here this afternoon, but always a treat to get to watch Solano play baseball as we see Steven step into the box here to start off this ball game.
Carter Templeton and Steven Solano, first pitch. We are underway. That was down the middle for strike one at 1:58 here this afternoon from beautiful Hyde Stadium. 43 here at Hyde Stadium for our game, as this one is flown out to center field, right to Porter Hunsley, who's patrolling center after missing yesterday's game. He'll make the catch, and the leadoff man is retired here to kick off our ball game. And looking at the defensive lineup here for the Pierre Governors, it is Parker O'Brien out in left, Porter Hunsley in center, Will Danberg in right, Hudson Schaefer at third, Carter Shuffleby at short. At second, Hudson Stosher. Alec Eilers at first. Sutton Sonnenschein behind the plate as the first pitch is grounded over to Shuffleby at short. His throw to first, too quickly down here at the top of the first inning as he'll make the play. And 3 pitches and 2 outs here to open up our ball game. And it brings up Ben Farnsworth, the catcher.
Maybe part of the Cobblers' effectiveness so far to this point in the season has been their aggressiveness. They're willing to swing at first pitch strikes. And you've seen, to this point, Templeton throw 3 pitches and get through 2 batters.
That first pitch will be outside, first ball that he's thrown today. 1-0 count here to Ben Farnsworth, the catcher for the Rapid City Central Cobblers. 2 outs, nobody on here at the top of the first inning. That pitch will be fouled back to the screen, and the count is now Out of ball and a strike. Ben Farnsworth, he's hitting .400. He's got 2 doubles, 9 runs driven in. The 1 home run for Solano is the only home run so far, but they have 31 doubles, 7 triples of their 149 hits. That one will miss low, and it counts now 2-1. So 39 extra base hits of the 149 in total hits for Rapid City Central. They've only played 15 games. They're 6-9 on the season. That's a lot of extra base hits. That one will be dropping in for a strike, and the count's now 2-2.
For that many extra base hits, it's interesting that their record, they don't have a winning record because they really do spray the ball all over the yard.
Templeton looking for a strikeout here. 2-2 pitch from Templeton to Farnsworth. He'll deliver. That one will bounce in, and count's now full at 3-2. Looking for a clean first inning here is Carter Templeton. He's got the short sleeves on. Everybody else, maybe not everybody else, but a lot more guys have the long sleeves, or at least 3/4 sleeves on the defensive side. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and that'll be a strikeout and a 1-2-3 top of the first for Carter Templeton. We head to the bottom of the first. No score between Pierre and Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, 224-6627. As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first and a no score on the American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard as the Pierre Governors are at the plate. Carter Scheffelbein will lead things off, the shortstop, followed by Porter Hunsley, the center fielder. Sunshine, the catcher, will bat third. Trip Lindekugel, the DH, batting fourth. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, is batting fifth. Hudson Schaefer, the third baseman, will bat sixth. Alec Eiler is the first baseman, batting seventh. Hudson Stosher, the DH, batting eighth. And Will Danberg rounds out the lineup at the number 9 spot in right field as they go against Lakin Utrecht. Utrecht is thrown 8 2/3 innings. This will be his third start and 6th appearance overall. 1-0 record so far, 10 hits, 9 runs, 7 of those have been earned. He's got 8 walks, 19 strikeouts, an ERA at 5.65, a whip at 2.08, and a batting average against at 256. Team batting average against at 348, and we're kind of talking like during the commercial break here, we're kind of just looking at the stats overall for Rapid City Central again, and in team ERA at 10.45, and as good as you can hit and everything else, when you're struggling to get guys out and giving up an ERA at 10.45, that's not going to help you. That's the reason why they're not sitting at maybe not necessarily even 9-6, but not probably 12-3, because hitting wise they probably should be 12-3, but pitching wise they almost look like they should be 3-12 on the season. So the balance has not been there for Rapid City Central of being able to get guys out and hit the ball well over the course of doubleheaders or just in games. As Carter Scheffelbein will step to the plate, Utrecht will deliver the right-hander for the first pitch. That will bounce in for ball 1.
Yeah, to that point, this is a team that allows, on average, just under 10 runs a ball game. And, they've really had to win a lot of their games by hitting the ball all over the yard, kind of like they normally have, and they're very capable of that. But pitching and defense definitely, in the 3 phases of baseball, as Scheffelbein lines that one off the pitcher in Utrecht, and he's going to be able to reach safely on the infield single as the shortstop unable to corral it on the play. But kind of to finish up that point, tie a bow on it, 10 runs a ball game is a lot to make up, and when hitting is your strongest point of the game, pitching and defense kind of comes secondary and tertiary to that point. Really hard to win because those probably need to be flipped in successful teams.
You're listening to KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. As Porter Hunsley will step to the plate. The first pitch to him will be over for strike one. Scheffelbein got that base hit. He was coming in hitting a total of 510 on the season. Hunsley's hitting 311 on the year so far. He's got just one extra base hit, but 14 hits overall, 9 runs driven in for Porter Hunsley. Here's the 0-1 pitch from UTEC. Scheffelbein will take off. That will get to the backstop, and Scheffelbein, who slid in, will have to stay at second base. If he had been able to see or took a peek to see that ball get away, there's a chance he could have been on at third. But instead, the count's now 1-1, and a runner on at second with nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning as the Govs with a 12-game winning streak right now at 14-4 on the season. Here's the 1-1 pitch instead of pickoff attempt. That's going to get off the glove of the second baseman, but as it went into center field, Scheffelbein did not take off for third. This is the third longest win streak, only to the 2023 team that won 14 straight games, that 14th game being the state championship. And then Coach Steve Gray, the former head coach of the Pierre Governors, sent a text earlier today as the 1-1 be fouled back, and the count's now 1-2. 15 wins is the highest for the Pierre Governors back around 2015-16. So your brother Bradley would have been part of that team that won 15 in a row.
That's right. I was kind of reminiscing because the run that this team is putting together reminds me a lot of those really successful teams since the inception of the high school baseball team in 2013, as that one is fouled up the third base line by Hunsley. The 2014 team ended up making the state championship game, lost in the state championship game. I believe the 2016 team did as well. 23 team obviously went all the way and finished the job, winning 14 in a row. 15 wins total for that 15-16 team. This is a team that can really put things together.
This is popped up, foul territory behind home plate. The catcher will not be able to make the catch as Farnsworth had dropped the mask, and then as he realized as he took one step backwards that he was about to land on top of the mask, so he does not make the catch, and Hunsley will get another life. And so far you're kind of seeing a little bit of what, that one's a tough play for any catcher to make, but where Rapid City Central has struggled has been, again, you get a pop-up like that right there, you want to be able to make that play to retire the number 2 hitter in the batting order and not give him extra life. Here's the 1-2. There's a ground ball to the left side in the holes, field on the back end. The throw to first will be offline, but Hunsley was going to be safe anyway, so it'll be an infield single for Hunsley, and it's now first and third here with nobody out, and it brings up now Sonnenschein.
Yeah, nice job of hustling there by Porter, getting down the line, and aggressive base running there by Scheffelbein on a ball hit to the left side. He was off with contact. Maybe had a chance to get him at third, did the shortstop, but decided to go across the diamond, and Porter Hunsley, the speed of Porter Hunsley, able to beat it out.
Runner takes off for second. The throw will go to second all the way through, and that quick tag as it bounced right to the base, Hunsley was able to slide in safely. It was called a strike, and the count's 0-1 to Sonnenschein as he comes in with the 2 RBIs that he had yesterday. Picked up the RBI. I make that the 1 RBI that he had. 2 RBIs, in Game 2 and the 6-2 win for the Govs in that second game over Spearfish. That one's upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. He is hitting .281 in the season, 3 triples, 2 doubles, 16 runs driven in, which is the team high. Parker O'Brien, who is a couple batters away, he's second on the team with 14 runs driven in. Only 2 guys with double-digit RBIs. Here's a pickoff attempt. They will step off and not throw the ball to second. Counts 1-1 here to Sonnenschein. As Lake and UTEX will come set from the stretch with runners at second and third and nobody out here in the bottom of the first. Here's a ground ball that'll be up the middle. That's going to be fielded by the shortstop. The throw to first will be in time. Jackson will make the play, but the run will come in to score. And an RBI ground out for Sonnenschein, and this is a 1-0 lead for the Governors, and still a runner on at third with 1 out.
I think Central's just looking to trade outs for runs because they know how good they are at hitting the ball. So Ground ball right to short. He's going to make that throw across the diamond. They're very comfortable trading that out for the first run of the ball game. Scheffelbein scratches it across the first run of the ball game for Pierre on the RBI ground out by Sonnenschein. Pierre takes a 1-0 lead here with one out in the bottom of the first.
Here's Linda Kugel to the plate. He'll pop that one foul. That'll be right over the top of the press box, right on top of the press box.
And stay there.
And it's going to stay there. That actually could have been close to right here on the window. I think it was probably one window over. An opportunity. Still looking for that first foul ball catch as a broadcaster. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Lindekugel yesterday, he went 2 for 3 in game number 1, and then went 0 for 4 in game 2, so a total of 2 for 7. And that is, he still gets a multi-hit day, but probably, and again, understand where I'm coming for this. The worst day that he's had since he's been a varsity baseball player, as that one will bounce in. The count's now 2-1 because he's usually getting 3 to 4 hits every single doubleheader at the very minimum, and so he a little bit of human to him, but he was also still really good, and he's still only an 8th grader.
Yeah.
Even though he stands there looking like a senior.
Yeah, Tripp's one of those kids that, to your point, maybe his worst game was the second game of the doubleheader against Spearfish yesterday. He's only been a varsity baseball player for a month, so, cut him a little bit of slack here. But, yeah, just a remarkable season and opening to his career so far that, you're going to have 0 for 4 performances or just 0 for performances in general anyway. But for that to be the expectation for a kid that hasn't even stepped foot into TF Riggs High School yet is pretty remarkable.
2-2 pitch here to Linda Kugel. That one's fouled to the plate, and he'll stay alive with another 2-2 pitch. He's still hitting .528. Even after an 0 for 4 game, he's still hitting .528 on the season. And OPS is still over 1,000. He's got 19 hits, which is also, by the way, second on the team. Parker O'Brien is second with 19. Scheffelbein's first with 26. He's got 5 runs driven in.
Scheffelbein now is 27.
Yeah, 27 hits for Scheffelbein. Here's the 2-2. How about hit number 20 for Linda Kugel here? 2-2, that'll bounce in. Good take there from the curveball from UTEX.
The Tripp just needs to do a job here, put the ball in play. Really, anything out of the infield should do a job as long as it's not shallow outfield. And knowing Tripp, he's strong enough he can put one past the infielders with relative ease as long as he puts the barrel to it.
3-2 pitch from UTEC to Linda Kugel. That'll be upstairs for ball 4, and it's a one-out walk, and it's first and third once again here for the Governors.
14th walk of the year so far for Tripp. He reaches first base and gives Parker O'Brien a chance to extend his I guess he's second on the team in RBIs with 14, or RBI, I guess I should say, with 14. But, he's got an opportunity to maybe pull within Sutton Sonnenschein here with a base hit.
Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner for Linda Kugel. And the helmet might be too big for
McCullough.
McCullough is going to run. So Brennan McCullough, who threw a complete game yesterday, he's going to run those poles, so he might as well run the base pass instead. Yeah. Kind of the old National League where you bring in late in the game and extra innings and you're running out of guys to run. You just bring a pitcher in to go try and one of your speedier pitchers in to go run a base. That one is outside for ball 1. Cardinals were very notorious for doing that. Kyle Loesch was the guy that would always be running. Yeah, he's a former Twin, too.
Yeah.
He was always running. It was bottom of the 11th, and the guy would get on base. All right. And usually be like Molina or somebody he's not going to run very fast. Well, they'll put Kyle Loesch out there to try and run the bases. Here's a pitch that will bounce in and will get away from the catcher. A run will come in to score. McCullough will end up at second. It's a 2-0 lead here for the Governors with still one out in the bottom of the first inning.
Yep, pass ball scoring. Hunsley from third. McCullough moves to second in place of Linda Kugel. And O'Brien still got an opportunity to put one in and make it a 3-0 ball game, but free immaculate grid answer, Kyle Loesch, if it's ever Twins and Cardinals for those of you that play.
I was going to say, there's probably not a lot of people that would think about Kyle Loesch being, unless you're a big Twins or Cardinals follower. I guess Twins and Cardinals.
Probably
follower.
both, yeah. Sonny Gray would work for that, too.
Sonny Gray would work for that. Even though Dirk Campbell says no one cares about the Cardinals. See, he's getting back at me. And I even said it on the air. He already sent the Go Cubs. I didn't say that on the air.
You just did.
I just did. Here's a 3-0 pitch. That'll miss low for ball 4, and it's now first and second, back-to-back walks. And it will bring up Hudson Schaefer to the plate after he had a multi-extra base hit day. We'll have a Mal visit as well. Schaefer, who now hitting 120 on the season, got a double and a triple yesterday, now driven in 4 runs. So he's got a single, double, and triple to complete that 1 hit per category. 3-run home run right now would be pretty good for Hudson Schaefer.
Just complete the weekend at that point.
Yeah, that is also true, too. He's got a chance, though, to make this, extend this first inning lead out. As UTEC is struggling to find the strike zone here with only 1 away. Back-to-back singles in the infield, then a ground out RBI for Sunshine, and then Linda Kugel and O'Brien both walked. McCullough is running for Linda Kugel over at second.
And he's already thrown 22 pitches to this point as well. So 22 pitches with only 1 out for UTEC. The Cobblers may need to dig deep into their bullpen, potentially in this doubleheader in general, but especially to finish game 1 if UTEC's already at 22 pitches to this point.
Here's the first pitch to Hudson Schaefer. He'll foul that one away on the right side, out of play. And the count's 0-1 here to Schaefer. He is the 6th man to come to the plate. Alec Eilers will follow him. Hudson Stosher, Will Danberg round out the batting order, and if those guys can all reach base, it can go back to Carter Schuffelbein to try and hit through the batting order here in the bottom of the first inning. 0-1 pitch, curveball. There's a swing and a miss by Schaefer, and the count's now 0-2.
Yeah, I was thinking about, to your point earlier, double and a triple yesterday for Huddy. Let's get the easiest part of the cycle out of the way first with the single, and then maybe think about the home run later with bases a little more empty. Just less pressure.
Here's the 0-2 pitch from UTEC to Schaefer. Bounces in. Good block there by the catcher in Farnsworth, and the count's now 1-2. A 1-2 count here to Hudson Schaefer. The runners at first and second and 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. UTEC from the stretch delivers the 1-2. Schaefer with a high fly ball to left field. Backing up is the left fielder. Still going back. He'll make the catch as Gregory puts Schaefer away. And there's now 2 down. He didn't miss it by much.
No.
He almost had that home run. But there's 2 away, and it brings up now Alec Eilers to the plate.
And I'm a little surprised that McCullough didn't tag on that because that was well deep enough to advance him to third. But runners remain at both first and second. And regardless, he's going to be off with the crack of the bat here with Eilers stepping to the plate.
Yeah, now with 2 outs, base hit through the infield, can score McCullough easily. Should be able to score him easily. First pitch will be upstairs for ball 1 to Alec Eilers. He is hitting 172, got a double so far in the season. 3 runs driven in for Alec Eilers. He's looking for his first 2-out RBI of the season. Governors are hitting 291 coming into this game with runners in scoring position. They're hitting 305 overall as a team. Here's the 1-0. That'll be a curveball that will miss low, maybe a little bit inside as well, and the count's now 2-0.
Yeah, Eilers now is going to be looking for 1 pitch in 1 spot. Schaefer looked like he got that pitch, but just missed it, got a little bit under it, to your point earlier. We'll see if Eilers can hit a little bit more square on the button and drive in what would be the 3rd run of the game.
That pitch will miss outside, and the count's now 3-0 here to Alec Eilers.
UTEC came into this game having walked 8 batters, and so far, he's walked at least a couple of them to this point already, with 8 walks, 19 strikeouts coming into this outing for UTEC.
3-0 pitch. Eilers taking all the way. That's over for a strike. The count's now 3-1. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the first after a quick Carter Templeton top of the first inning. Over 30 pitches and closing in on 40 pitches for UTEX here in the bottom of the first for Rapid City Central. 3-1 pitch. That one is off the plate. It's a fair ball in front of the plate, and the throw to first will be in time, and that will retire the side as UTEC was able to make that play over to Jones. And it's the end of the first inning. 2 runs will score on 2 hits in the inning. There are no errors and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the second. It is a 2-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the second. The Pierre Governors have a 2-0 lead. The American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard, as it is going to be 4, 5, and 6 for the Cobblers. Lakin UTEX, Brody Poyer, and Tucker Jones. Anybody reaches base, it'll go to Nate Maylou. Here's the first pitch. That one's over for a strike to Lakin UTEX. As he comes in hitting .310 so far. He's 9 of 29 swinging, 6 runs driven in. All 9 hits have been singles for the left-handed hitting UTEX. Here's the 0-1 pitch. There's a sharp fly ball to right center field. Danberg getting over, but it's going to get over his head and all the way out to the wall. UTEC's going to get his way out to second. He will round second on his way to third. The throw will come to third, and he's going to be tagged out. What a throw from Hudson Stosher coming from Will Danberg. And the tag applied by Hudson Schaefer, and there's one down here in the bottom of the top of the second inning. What a play on the relay from Danberg to Stosher to Schaefer.
Boy, does that just deflate your sails if you're a baseball team. Excellent piece of hitting there by UTEC, able to split the gap between Hunsley and Danberg. And Danberg actually looked to try to maybe cut it off in the air and tried to make a play on it, but was unable to do so, and the ball got past him, got to the wall. But excellent relay from Danberg to Stosher, as really as after the throw got to Lindenkugel at third base, UTEC was out by at least a full step as he tried to slide in and avoid the tag, was unable to do so, as that's the first out of the inning, and like I said, just deflating the sails of the Cobblers here in the top of the second.
As the count's now 1-1, Poyer that'll be a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. Go back and watch that replay here just a second. I showed that for a moment, but didn't get all the way through before the next pitch came through. As he counts 1-2, and Templeton, that does go down as a double for UTEC. There's a swing and a miss. A tag will be applied. There's now 2 down, and a second strikeout for Templeton. Go back and watch the replay, and Stosher's pretty far out there in right field, but he threw just an absolute seed and a strike right to the third baseman and Schaefer to get that first out. And like you said, that's really deflating because you had the leadoff guy at least in scoring position, but then that first out ends up at third base as the first pitch is over for strike 1 to Tucker Jones. And it's now quickly 2 down and nobody on here in the top of the second after that long first inning where you're out in the field. There's a swing and a miss. Templeton's up ahead 0-2 in the counts.
Well, and then to your point, talking about UTEC personally at the plate, all 9 of his hits had been singles to that point, gets his first extra base hit, and then gets thrown out trying to extend it to third base.
0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. A tag will be applied by Sonnenschein, and back-to-back strikeouts for Carter Templeton. He's got 3 in the ball game and 6 straight retired for Templeton. We head to the bottom of the second, 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors over the Rapid City Central Cobblers. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
As we welcome you back, it's the bottom of the second, and a 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. As it is going to be for the Governors 8-9-1. Hudson Stosher, Will Danberg, and Carter Shufflebine. He might reach his base, so to go to Porter Hunsley. Just that one hit, but I said 6 straight retired for Carter Templeton. He no longer has a perfect game or a no-hitter, but he has retired the minimum through the first 2 innings of the ball game. Here's the first pitch. Stosher looking to drop down a bunt. It's down the third base line, but it will bounce foul. And the count is 0-1 here to Hudson Stosher. He is hitting .205 so far in the year. All 9 of his hits have been singles. 5 runs driven in for Stosher, so just like UTEC to lead off the top of the second with 9 hits all being singles. Stosher's leading off here in the bottom of the second with all of its 9 hits being singles. But how about an extra base hit? And he doesn't get thrown out trying to stretch it into a triple. That one's over for a strike. The count's now 0-2.
Well, and he's got to be walking into the box right now with a lot of confidence after just throwing a seed to Linda Kugel from probably
Schaefer.
Schaefer after it being 150 probably feet away, maybe even 200 feet away.
Here's the 0-2 pitch from UTEC. That one's fouled away. Good job by Stosher to stay back with the curveball and just get a piece of it. The count remains at 0-2. Here to the leadoff man in the bottom of the second. A 2-0 advantage here for the Governors. In game 1 of our doubleheader, White Britchko and Blake Dean will have the call for game 2 coming up. As UTEC will get the sign. And he will get the windup and deliver the 0-2 pitch. This will be skied to center field. Long run coming in for the center fielder, but he will make the catch. And Kirksey retires Stosher to kick off the bottom of the second. And there is one down to bring up the number 9 man in Will Danberg. Danberg hitting the top of the order yesterday without Carter Shufflebine here. Both Shufflebine, actually not both, Shufflebine, Hunsley, and Jaron Deal all were at the combine yesterday out in Sioux Falls with a couple other Governors, but not baseball players. Someone like Max Schmitz and Devin Binger were out there as well, too. But those 3 baseball players were part of the combine out at the Sanford Sports Complex area. That one misses outside for ball 1. So Danberg got a chance to then hit in the leadoff spot as he's hitting .400 now in the season with 1 triple, 5 runs driven in. And yesterday in that leadoff spot went 0 for 2 in game 1, but 3 for 4 in game number 2 for the Governors. 1-0 pitch. There was a half-hearted swing from Danberg. The count's now 1-1. One where he knew he couldn't hold up, so he might as well just finish the motion of it, but he wasn't going to get much on it if he had actually got a piece of it. As the count's now 1-1.
That was kind of one of those swinging bunt type of swings there by Danberg on that attempt.
1-1 pitch. A curveball that would drop just in the top of the zone. The count's now 1-2, right at the letters of Danberg.
To your point, 10 hits, 9 of them singles. He does have a triple on the year as well, does Danberg. 5 RBI, 9 runs, 6 walks, 7 strikeouts for the Governor right fielder.
0-2. That'll bounce in. The count's now 1-2. Here to Danberg, top of the order. Carter Shufflebine is due up next. 2 runs on 2 hits so far here for the Governors here in the bottom of the second of game 1 of our doubleheader. And we mentioned it yesterday during both of those games. The first game we're kind of talking about, will they play a second game? As this pitch will be out towards right center field, moving over is Kirksey again to make the catch, and 2 flyouts to the center fielder Kirksey. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the second to bring up Carter Scheffelbein. And then as we start the second game, we kind of talk about will they be able to finish both those games. But then you come out here and look at today at how great Hyde Stadium looks, the infield dirt, the grass in the infield, the outfield as well. There's not much, even literally anything that shows you that it was raining yesterday at all here at Hyde Stadium, as that one will miss low for ball 1. This field looks really, really nice. The mound might be the only thing that has any shred of evidence that it possibly rained a little bit yesterday. Everything else looks like, it's been perfectly watered and taken care of from last night to today. Like there's nothing that ever happened. Not even a baseball game was played on it last night. That one's taken over for a strike. The count's 1-1 here to Scheffelbein, who had an infield single to lead off the bottom of the first.
Yeah, field's in great shape, which you always love to see. The best field, and as far as field conditions, natural field, is Hyde Stadium, in my personal opinion. Granted, a little bit of homer bias there, but
ground ball over to the third. It's going to be a tough play. Backing up to third baseman. The throw will be wide of the bag. Scheffelbein will make his way to second as that one will bounce away from the first baseman. And I believe that one will probably be an infield single along with an error that will get Scheffelbein to second. I don't know if that throw would have been on the money anyway by Maylou, that it would have been a complete, that Scheffelbein would have been out at first. So give an infield single and an error charge to the third baseman, Maylou, and it's now a runner on at second with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, and Porter Hunsley at the plate. Here's the first pitch to Hunsley. That one's off the end of the bat, slow roller over to the second baseman. Solano will field and throw to first, and that's 2-out base runner, does not come to pass. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 man left on base. We head to the top of the third. It's a 2-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
It is the top of the third. 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors of American Family Insurance, Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard. One quick note as we get to here in the third inning, as it'll be 7-8-9 for Rapid City Central, is that next Saturday the Governors were scheduled to host Roosevelt here at home. Instead, it will now be played in Sioux Falls, with the Howard Wood Dakota Relays also taking place. There's a lot of great track athletes on this Governor baseball team. And they don't have to worry about trying to make a decision on what they want to do, whether they're going to miss track or baseball. They can do both, and they will play on Saturday at Sanford Sports Complex against Roosevelt. And it sounds like a 5 o'clock start for that first game against Roosevelt on Saturday nights. Here's one's fouled back, and Nate Maylou is down 0-2 in the count to Carter Templeton, which then you go from Saturday nights, finishing up, you drive all the way home, and then you'll go across the state, as that one will end up hitting Maylou in the helmet on a curveball that didn't break. And so the first base runner here at the top of the third will be on by hit by pitch. And there is a runner on at first with nobody out, and then it'll be Kane Gregory that will come to the plate, the left fielder. And then you go across the state and go to Sturgis, so you're going to be super late night Saturday night, getting back home, and then out to Sturgis the next day on that Sunday afternoon. So a lot of windshield time. We'll have those games on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Good news is it's the halfway point between those two right here in Pierre, so at least get to be, well, maybe not long, but at least get to be in your own bed for the evening to get going into Sunday to go to Sturgis.
Yeah, I don't envy the life of the team or the broadcaster that this upcoming weekend with the amount of travel that you're basically doing cross-state back-to-back days. That's very taxing.
And Sturgis now going to be licking their chops whenever they realize that Pierre is going to go from Sioux Falls to Pierre to Sturgis all in several hours. That they're going to feel like they're going to get a really tired team, but the Governors will still be ready to go for both those games. That one will be high and outside, and the count is now at 2-2 here to Caden Gregory, the left fielder. He's hitting 190, one of the few guys on this roster in this starting 9 that are hitting under 200, and really one of the few guys that are hitting under 300 overall. But a 190 batting average, the count's now full at 3-2. He does have a double and 5 runs driven in, though, here for Caden Gregory. 3-2 pitch. That will miss low for ball 4, and after the hit by pitch, it's now first and second on the walk to bring up the number 9 man, Parker Case, the right fielder.
Case comes in, only 7 at-bats on the year to this point, but he is 2 for 7, 2 singles and an RBI, 4 runs scored, no walks, 3 strikeouts. So Coach Scott Rowie looking to maybe settle down Carter Templeton as he makes his way for a mound visit and maybe set up his defense depending upon in the event that Case bunts, as Solano is scheduled to be the next batter up, and maybe the Cobblers are going to try and get him to hit with guys in scoring position with nobody out at this point, but maybe 1 out if Case sacrifices here.
So it is going to be Parker Case, number 9 man, then the top of the order as the mound visit will conclude. So as new at high school baseball this year, we've seen umpires kind of just have the one finger up saying that, one time when somebody comes out, it will charge everybody in. Now the pickoff attempt, and the throw will go off the runner, and that will sting a little bit to Mei Lu, who got hit in the helmet with a curveball. Now he gets hit in the shoulder on the pickoff attempt, but he is back safely over at second base.
Yeah, Mei Lu's going to leave Pierre this afternoon with a couple of new temporary tattoos.
Here's the first pitch now to Parker Case from Templeton. Swinging away, but he'll take it low for ball 1. A little bit of a Stephen Piscotty type of trip around the bases.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got hit at the plate, then he got hit trying to steal second, then he got hit scoring. 1-0 pitch. It's just popped up right behind home plate into foul territory, and Sun and Shine will make the catch as he runs into Templeton. And there is now 1 down. Had that ball not been caught, it would have been just a foul ball. I guess it could have bounced back into fair territory, but it would have landed. And that's the other thing. It would have been an infield fly rule. You let it land foul, then it bounces fair, and then you can try and go get. I think then it's still just a foul ball. I've never seen that happen before. That would be a new one in the rule book that I've not had. As that one will be outside for ball 1, because they always say infield fly rule if it's fair, but then if you just let it drop foul and it rolls back into fair territory, then it would. I think it's still technically a foul ball, even though that would be a fair ball in other circumstances.
Yeah, that would be an interesting rule. I've never consult the rule book on that
now
one.
You're also, and the other side of it is like you take the risk of doing that,
right? And
then if it is a foul ball, then you just wasted it out by doing that. Or if you don't get anybody after that, then or just stays in foul territory, as that one's fouled back, and the count's now 1-1 to Steven Solano. So that's again, I've never actually, because the umpire kept pointing foul even after Sunshine made the catch. Here's the 1-1 pitch now to Steven Solano. This will be a ground ball. It's going to be a tough play here for Scheffelbein as he'll charge. The quick throw to first will be in time, and a good play there from Carter Scheffelbein to get the second out of the inning. Both runners will move up 90 feet, and second and third now with 2 away. But a good play there from Scheffelbein to get the second out.
Yeah, and very rarely is Steven Solano going to be 0 for 2 to start a ball game, but excellent play there by Scheffelbein to throw him out. And now there's 2 outs, but the tying run is 180 feet away, standing on second base right now.
Here's the first pitch to Asher Jackson, as that one will be on the outside corner for strike 1. He is 0 for 1, ground out to Scheffelbein over at short. Yeah, coming into this day, Solano had been retired only 20 times and 53 at-bats. This has popped up. That'll be out of play on that right side. And the count is now at 0-2. So you got to think, in 53 at-bats in 15 games, there's not many times where he was retired back-to-back times in at-bats. But Templeton now looking for a strikeout. Just the third out here in the top of the third inning. 0-2. Taken for strike 3, and that will retire the side. 4th strikeout of the ball game now for Carter Templeton. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the third. It is a 2-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
It is the bottom of the third, and in a 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein scoreboard, as it will be 3, 4, and 5. Sun and Shine, Trip, Linda Kugel, and Parker O'Brien due up to lead things off here in this bottom of the third inning, as UTEC, after a scoreless second inning, trying to hold this Governor team down as we head in the bottom of the third. They had an opportunity with runners at second and third, and nobody out. Okay, so Blake Dean, and we'll see how good AI actually is with the answer to him. It said he looked it up, and it said that if it rolls fair, it ends up being a fair ball, and he still is out on the infield fly. Here's a ground ball on the first pitch over to Maylou. The throw to first will be in time. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning. I mean, that's the only logical thing to have, is that if it bounces foul and it rolls fair, you don't really want to take your risk on that, doing that. But if you do miss it, you hope that you do, and it does land foul and bounces back fair without anybody touching it. You don't see it very often. There's hardly anything that will ever. That one would have been probably the first one to ever see a ball drop in foul territory and go back fair with the infield fly rule potentially in effect. That'll miss low for ball 1.
Well, probably not the first one in existence, but the first one that either of us have ever seen.
Right, yeah. The something new every day you go to the ballpark, that would have been something new for me if that had happened.
Speaking of, did you see the the pitcher for the Mariners, I think it was Logan Gilbert, that had the ball go in his jersey the other day?
Yes, I did see that. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Linda Kugel as he'll sky this one up towards right field. Case will come in now on it. He'll make the catch. 3 pitches and 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning, and it brings up Parker O'Brien, which I didn't know the rule on that one is that it's not an out.
Right, which surprised me, actually.
Yeah, that you can't make the catch. You can only make the catch with your glove or your hand. You can't make the catch with your hat or any part of your equipment. You have to catch it with your glove or your bare hand. Which I The only reason I knew that is I feel like it's happened prior to that, but you would think it would be an out because he technically caught it, but and who's going to purposely try and catch a ball in their jersey unless you're playing banana ball or something, which that has completely different rules anyway.
So I would assume if somebody's wearing really loose shoes and it got stuck in their shoe, that would fall under the equipment category also.
I think so, but I think they'd also fall down every time they try to run.
Well, right. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Here's a swing and a foul by Parker O'Brien. The count's now 1-1. You are right. Yeah, if somehow, but the other thing though is that if you fall over and the ball bounces off of your shoulder or whatever, and it ends up being caught still, then it's still technically an out. I guess technically you use your equipment. You just used your body to catch. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Here from UTEC to O'Brien. That'll miss slow on a curveball. The count's now 2-1. I was warming up prior to a high school game, and out in left field, and coach was just going IO and hit one out to it, bounced, and it took a hop and it went into my jersey because we had the button-down jerseys. And I started running around. I did a complete 360 trying to find where the ball was at. Then I realized it was stuck in my jersey. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 2-2. And then my coach is just standing there going like this with his hands out, going, what's going on out there? And it somehow just went right into that pocket.
Wow.
I made the play. The guy definitely would have got a double on it if that would have happened. Maybe not. Maybe he would have not gone anywhere because he didn't know where the ball was at, because I didn't know where the ball was at. But thankfully it only happened in warm-ups and not in the actual game. Here's a 2-2 from UTEC to O'Brien. Swing and a miss, strikeouts in a 1-2-3 inning for Lincoln UTEC. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base. 3 complete here at Hyde Stadium in Game 1. The Pierre Governors lead Rapid City Central 2-0. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Stulken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stulken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre. As we welcome you back, 2-0 here in the top of the 4th on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. John Wicker alongside Blake Dean on this Saturday afternoon. It is a 2-0 advantage here for the Governors. 2 runs scoring in that bottom of the first, an RBI ground out from Sun and Shine, and then a wild pitch that scored the second run. 3, 4, and 5. Ben Farnsworth to lead things off. First pitch will come high and in tight from Carter Templeton for ball 1. As Templeton, so far through those 3 innings, as that one to be fouled away, and the count's now 1-1. He's got 4 strikeouts in those 3 innings. Only allowed just the 1 hit, which was the double that ended up being thrown out, trying to stretch the double into a triple. This will be pitch number 39 for Templeton overall. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. UTEC has thrown 52 pitches, so after he threw almost 40 pitches in the first inning, he's really put himself in a spot to potentially still go 6 complete. 1-2 pitch, that was a good curveball, and a couple of different steps there from Farnsworth thinking that he was going to go for that pitch, but ends up missing the strike zone. The count's now 2-2. 2-2 pitch will miss low and away, and the count's now run full here. The leadoff man, the top of the 4th inning. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Farnsworth's coming in, hitting 18 for 45 on the year for a batting average of 400, 16 singles and 2 doubles coming into this doubleheader.
3-2. That'll miss outside for ball 4 to lead off walk. Second walk issued. Third free pass overall has been issued from Templeton. And it's Lake and UTEC to the plates. It is Farnsworth, UTEC, and Poyer, and then it's going to be Jones if they don't get the minimum out with already the leadoff man on base. UTEC doubled and then was thrown out trying to stretch it into a triple to lead off the top of the second inning. First pitch will miss outside for ball 1. No runs, 1 hit and an error for Rapid City Central. 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors for the Governors. Here's the 1-0. That one is fouled to the left side and evens the count at a ball and a strike.
Yeah, UTEC has the sole hit for the Cobblers in this ball game. Otherwise, 2 walks and a hit by pitch allowed as the only other base runners by Templeton so far through 3+.
1-1 is upstairs, and the count's now 2-1 here to Lake and UTEC.
And that was the double where he got thrown out trying to stretch it to a triple.
Here's a 2-1 from Templeton. That was over for a strike, and it evens it out at 2-2. Here in the top of the 4th of Game 1. Pierre at 14-4 on the season. Now sitting at currently 10-4 in South Dakota play. 2-2 pitch is a ground ball that'll be up the middle. Scheffelbein will step on the back for 1. The throw to first is going to be wide, and it will get to the back or to the first base dugout, and over to second will go the runner in UTEC. And Coach Rowie was saying that he didn't slide in time.
I think maybe he was looking to try and get some sort of an obstruction call on the runner.
Because I believe the runner did slide, but I don't think the slide was a little late, at least what Coach Rowie is saying. The umpires are talking about it right now. And I think he's going to end up being safe, and Coach Rowie will come out. Matt Clark will give an explanation as well.
Yeah, that was – I think Coach Rowie has, some merit there, but, that's what they teach the kids going in there, trying to break up a double play. I mean, as long as nobody got hurt, and nobody did get hurt on that play, thankfully, just kind of one of those things that's a good baseball play.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, too, is that, Pierre's been called for it twice over the past couple weekends, but it was clear no slides by Scheffelbein was one of them. One happened last night as well. That there were no attempt at any slide at all, which made it a lot more different for that type of a play to stand in place of for the Governors, or for Rapid State Central than for the Governors. That one's over for a strike. So it is a fielder's choice, but an air charge to Scheffelbein to get the runner up to second. So it's a runner on at second, still with 1 out. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Templeton. That was over for a strike. The count's now 0-2 to Brody Poyer, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
And Poyer's hitting .465 coming into this ball game, 20 for 43, 13 singles, 7 doubles, 15 RBI. So already down 0-2 and already with a strikeout here so far against Templeton.
0-2 pitch. That one just misses a little low, maybe a little bit outside as well. And the count's now 1-2. As Templeton looking for his 5th strikeout of the ball game. Gives you some final scores from around the state coming up here in just a moment as well. We've had several games be played out east. There's a swing and a miss on a curveball, and Poyer is well out in front of it. Second time that he is down on strikes, and there's 2 away. And it brings up Tucker Jones, the first baseman, with 2 outs and a runner on at second. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout as well. Big opportunity to get through 4 complete here for Templeton. Work around that, what was a potential double play, to end up being a 1-out error. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's 0-1.
And Jones comes in hitting 16 for 39 for an average of 410, 11 singles, 5 doubles, 12 RBI. Another one of these guys that can spray it around the yard, but Carter Templeton having a lot of success against this vaunted Central offense so far.
Runner takes off for third. The throw to third. Schaefer, they got him thrown out since Sonnenschein has now caught his 11th man stealing this season. That retires the side here in the top of the fourth inning. And the third out made over at third base. No runs, no hits, an error, and no one left on base. Head to the bottom of the fourth. 2-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
Bottom of the fourth, 2-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean on this turning into a beautiful Saturday. At least here at the press box, it's a beautiful Saturday, Blake. It's not a bad spot to be watching the game. 46 degrees, feels like 43, but it's much nicer in the press box, I think.
Absolutely.
We'll take it.
We talked about it last night that at the very least I'm getting soft, and you had said that it's hard for you to sit in bleachers as well. So we're very comfortable in our comfortable rolling chairs with backs up here on maybe a chillier day in the capital city, but with the backdrop and everything else, beautiful day for baseball, and it's not raining today. So,
I think it was a couple years ago, Steve Gray, again former head coach of the Pierre Governors, he said that I was turned into a diva with all the stuff that kind of wanted to have a nice press box, wanted to have the nice things, wanted to have shade, all the stuff that I need to have to make sure my equipment wouldn't overheat, all that stuff. He started to call me a diva, and I think that's probably not totally inaccurate either.
I'm not going to argue with my former head coach.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Hudson Schaefer. That one's grounded foul over to the third base dugouts, and the count's 0-2. He flew out to left. Gregory, who was playing pretty deep on that particularly, he's still playing fairly deep right now, more midway point, though, over left. He was playing much deeper, and he still had to back up on the ball, and then one that Schaefer hit out towards the left field wall. 0-2 pitch to Schaefer. Again, the curveball that he's able to fight off and hang in there, and the count remains at 0-2. It is Schaefer, Eilers, and Stoscher, 6, 7, and 8 here for the Governors in this bottom of the fourth inning. And a 2-0 lead for the Govs over Rapid City Central. Lincoln UTEC has really settled into this ball game. 0-2, swing and a miss. They'll have to throw it over to first base as was a drop third strike, and they will retire Schaefer 2-3 on the putout. And there's one down here in the bottom of the fourth, and it brings Alec Eilers to the plate. Eilers is 0 for 1. He grounded back to the pitcher to end that bottom of the first inning. Again, UTEC has settled in. He's allowed just one base runner since the walk to Parker O'Brien, which was making it first and second with only one out in the bottom of the first inning. Since then, only one base runner, which was a single by Shufflebein. This will be flown out towards right field. Coming in is Case, and there's two quickly down here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and it brings up Hudson Stoscher to the plate.
Yeah, if you would have told me that UTEC had an opportunity as the first pitch that he throws to Stoscher will be pitch number 58, if you had told me that he was, after the first inning, that he was going to be potentially have an opportunity to be under 60 pitches through 4 innings after the first inning that he had, there's no way I would have believed you. But to your point, he has really settled in and looked really good over the last 2 2/3.
First pitch will miss, low and away for ball 1.
And it's been really efficient as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're talking about him throwing potentially 40 pitches by the end of the first inning. And then now he's just throwing pitch number 59 here with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Here's a ground ball on the left side. Charging in is the shortstop in Jackson. His throw is low, but picked out over at first by Jones. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Lincoln UTEX. We head to the top of the fifth, halfway home in game number 1. The Pierre Governors lead it 2-0 over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
It is the top of the fifth in a 2-0 game here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Listen to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station. John McClure alongside Blake Dean. Jen Brazilius back in the studios. After we're done here tonight, and maybe still with some time, but coming up around 7 o'clock or after we're done, it will be Minnesota Timberwolves, Denver Nuggets, Game 4 of that first round series. As Tucker Jones is back at the plate, and it's over for strike one from Carter Templeton. He was standing at the plate whenever Lincoln UTEX was thrown out trying to steal third in that top of the fourth inning. That was pitch number 54 for Carter Templeton. Here in the top of the fifth, swing and a miss, and the count's now 0-2. Timberwolves will try and take a 3-1 lead on the Denver Nuggets. Minnesota Wild, they're playing also at home, and they're trying to tie that series at 2 games apiece. We'll have the Colorado Avalanche and Los Angeles Kings tomorrow afternoon. And that's a 3-0 series. And the Avalanche will be looking to try and sweep the Kings in advance to that second round and to take on the winner of the Dallas Stars and Minnesota Wild. 0-2 pitch. That'll come inside. And the count's now 1-2. Looked like he was about to take off to get to first was Tucker Jones. Maybe he thought the ball almost clipped him a little bit, too. It was coming inside. He was able to back away from it. Here's the 1-2 now from Templeton to Jones. And a check swing, and Jones will go around, and that'll be strike 3. And there is one down, and a nice strikeout there from Carter Templeton as he has gotten Jones down on strikes twice. That is strikeout number 6. Poyer and Jones are 0 for 4 combined with 4 strikeouts. As Nate Maylou will come to the plate. He was hit by a pitch. He got hit in the helmet to lead off the top of the third inning. That first pitch will be outside for ball 1.
And with that strikeout, Templeton actually takes the team lead in strikeouts on the pitching staff with his 23rd of the year.
That one will miss just low, and the count's now 2-0. Here to Nate Maylou.
McCullough has 22. Danberg has 13.
This will be popped up. That'll be out of play. And the count's now 2-1. Lands 5 rows up, just down behind home plate. And the count's now 2-1. Earlier today, Stevens, they were able to get a 7-5 win over Jefferson. Washington make that Roosevelt beat Washington 8-7. Also a 12-2 win for O'Gorman over Stevens. Roosevelt beat Aberdeen 10-4. That'll be a ball, and the count's now 3-1. And then a couple other scores. Aberdeen is losing 10-4 right now. This will be fouled back, and the count's now 3-2. I'm trying to see who they might be playing. It just says Sioux Falls for them, and I don't see any other team playing Aberdeen right now on their game changer. One other score, Spearfish leading T 7-1. Spearfish went from Pierre to T today. That one's taken for strike 3 on another curveball from Templeton. Now 3 straight strikeouts dating back to last inning. There's 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. And it brings up Kane Gregory, the left fielder. And those are your scores for our day today. Oh, it looks like maybe O'Gorman may be playing at Aberdeen. Right? No, it couldn't be O'Gorman. They've already played twice today. That one to be fouled back, and the count's now 0-1. But that is, again, a look at what those games are happening right now across the states. Time will be called. Gregory walked his first trip to the plate, was stranded over at first. It was first and second with nobody out in the top of the second. Then a pop out behind home plate, a ground out by Solano, and then a strikeout of Asher Jackson.
Looked like a ball came into the field of play down the right field line, so time was called there briefly to get the ball off the field.
So now here's the 0-1 from Templeton to Jackson. That'll be upstairs and evens the count and a ball and a strike. Make that to Gregory, not to Jackson.
Yep. Well, and to your point, John, talking about scores from around the state, Govs actually come into today's doubleheader.
Here's a line shot, one hopper over to Carter Shufflebine. His throw to first almost wasn't in time, a little lackadaisical on the throw, but he does retire the side, and Blake Dean will finish that thought in the bottom of the 5th inning. It is another 1-2-3 inning for Carter Templeton. We head to the bottom of the 5th, still 2-0 lead for the Governors over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
As it is, the bottom of the 5th inning, a 2-0 lead for the Pierre Governors over the Rapid City Central Cobblers. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean. It is going to be 9-1-2. Will Danberg, Carter Shufflebine, and Porter Hunsley. He might reach his base. It'll go to Sutton Sunshine. Governors have not scored since that first inning when they got the RBI ground out from Sunshine. Then a wild pitch that scored the second run in that first inning, and that's all the scoring that the Govs have done so far, as Danberg will wait on the first pitch and a swing and a miss for strike one. Blake, go ahead and finish that thought from the top of the 5th inning about the scores from around the state.
Well, just that the Govs are sitting coming into this doubleheader in 10th place, even with an 8-4 record. That's pretty astounding. And granted, a couple of those games that could be added to the record would probably boost their standings, but a couple of those games are in limbo right now, as swinging strike there for strike 2 for Danberg.
Well, they are 10-4 now in South Dakota. They did not update the standings yesterday.
Oh,
so this coming
okay.
into the weekend, they were still number 10 and 8-4. Now at 10-4, but their seed point average didn't go up by much, only getting 41-point wins over Spearfish yesterday. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Danberg. That one is fouled off of Danberg as it bounced off the plate and hit Danberg, and the count remains at 0-2. But yeah, there's a couple of games against Brookings that maybe still go back on the into the win column for them. But if they don't, then Pierre's going to find a couple wins. While Roosevelt was coming into the weekend sitting at 1-8, they played them next, and that Stevens and Sturgis doubleheaders will be pretty big over the next couple of weeks. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one's fouled back, and the count remains at 0-2. Sturgis was coming into the weekend at 5-2. Stevens, on the same token, they were 7-2 coming in. They were number 2 in the state coming into this weekend. So those will be 4 very big games that if they can get wins on all 4 of them, that will help their seed point average jump up quite a bit with teams that are over 500 and would be over 500 even going through that doubleheader. There's a swing and a miss by Danberg. The first man retired here in the bottom of the fifth inning, and it brings up Carter Shufflebein, who is 2 for 2. He's got 2 of the 3 hits. He singled in the first on a infield single, and then in the second he got a base hit and then went to second on the throwing error. The play at first, Shufflebein was most likely safe, and the ball in the hole on the left side that turned into a long throw from the shortstop went wide. Gave him the base hit in the air. But that one's over for strike one here to Shufflebein. So he and Porter Hunsley, the only guys with hits, which, by the way, those 2 of those 3 hits were in the bottom of the first inning. UTEC has not allowed a base hit since Shufflebein's 2-out infield single with the air. But then other than that, no other base hits than the first 2. Here's a line shot to left center field that will drop in front of the left fielder Gregory, and Shufflebein is now 3 for 3 in the ball game. And the Governors have a base runner with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
A good piece of hitting there by Carter. Didn't try to do too much with it, just kind of turned on an inside pitch, lined it to left for a base hit. His 3rd of the day, to your point. 3 of the 4 hits for the Governors have come off the bat of the Governor shortstop, and he stands at first base with 1 out and Porter Hunsley digging into the dish.
Here's the first pitch to Porter Hunsley, and Shufflebein takes off, is taken for a strike. He'll dive head first in safely, Shufflebein at second. So he's got his second stolen base of the ball game. And the count's 0-1 here to Porter Hunsley, who's 1 for 2. And everybody else is 0 for the rest of the way down the lineup for the Governors.
17th stolen base on the year for Carter.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. This will be off the end of the bat, over to the first baseman to make the catch, and there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and it brings up Sutton Sunshine, who does have the RBI for the Governors. It was a ground out that scored Shufflebein, but he's going to get a base hit here to drive in Shufflebein with 2 outs and a runner on at second.
Yep, big time opportunity here from Sutton. Just needs to, doesn't need to do anything fancy here. He had a really good game, too, yesterday. All he needs to do, just square one up, put one through the infield, score a run, do a job here with 2 outs, and make it a 3-0 ball game. But UTEC has really settled into this game, kind of like we were talking about last inning. In the past 3 innings, after throwing close to 40 pitches in the first, he threw 13 pitches in the second, 8 in the third, and 7 in the fourth. So definitely the longest inning that he has seen in the last couple.
Shufflebein takes off for third. The throw to third. He will steal that one without any potential tag applied. The count's 2-0, so he's 90 feet away. And a lot of times you don't really like to see guys try and steal third with 2 outs, but when you have 18 steals in now the 19th game of the season, I think that he's earned the right to be able to steal third with 2 outs, with 0 or 2 outs. This will get to the backstop, and that will be huge because the Governors will get the run. Shufflebein with the base hit. He steals second, he steals third, and then he comes in to score on the wild pitch, and it's a 3-0 lead for the Governors.
And that is why speed is very, very important in a baseball game. Stole second base, did Shufflebein, stole third base with 2 outs, and then a passed ball, instead of allowing you to get to either second or third, allows him to take home and extend the lead to 3-0 without Sunshine having to do anything with the bat.
So here's now the 2-1 pitch from UTEX. That one's fouled back, and it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Sunshine. So now nobody on base, but a 3-0 lead for the Governors here in the bottom of the 5th of Game 1 of our doubleheader. Shufflebein with 3 hits in the ball game, 3 of the 4 hits for Pierre. He has scored 2 of the 3 runs for the Governors as well. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball, that's going to get through the left side for a base hit, right through the hole on the left side, and a 2-out single for Sunshine, and he's now 1 for 3 in the ball game. And the inning will extend to now Linda Kugel, who is 0 for 1 with a walk so far in this ball game. He flew out to right field back in the bottom of the 3rd. And it will be Jaron Deal that will run in place of Sunshine as the courtesy runner. I don't think I ever finished that point way back in like the second inning or third inning. It would have been the third inning, whenever Coach Rowley came out to have a conversation. So I was talking with Matt Clark, the home plate umpire, yesterday. We were talking about the different rules between high school baseball and Legion, and I'd asked him, I'd seen the umpires, I think it was the Yankton doubleheader, hold the one sign out as the first pitch will bounce in for ball one, because you only get one timeout per inning for the infield. Like the catcher can go out and talk to the pitcher only one time in an inning. You're not allowed to go out there more than once. There's no penalty for it. They just tell you can't do it. You can only do it once in an inning. But then the coach can also come out 3 times. He has 3 per game to come out and have a conversation, as that one's fouled away by Linda Kugel, and the count's now 1-1. But you can make all 3 of those visits in the same inning. It used to be the second time you come out an inning, you got to take the pitcher out. Well, now you can go out twice in the same inning without having to take him out, and then you have to remove him the third time, but then you have to remove the guy every time you go out and have a conversation. So there's a few different things, and obviously Legion Baseball follows more of the major league rules, as Deal will try to steal second. The throw to second will be high, and he will steal second as the throw got over the top of the shortstop's head, backed up by the second baseman. A stolen base for Jaron Deal, and he is now in scoring position with a 2-1 count to Linda Kugel.
Yeah, first stolen base of the year for Deal, but to your point, just the difference in and how the game has changed over the course of the years, and really just to your point, I think we talked about it yesterday, just the difference between high school baseball and Legion baseball in terms of things like that, mound visits, and just the different rules that exist, whether it's, the replacement rule or the designated hitter rule. I mean, there's just so much that can vary from even the high school season to the Legion season.
Yeah, because, Kirksey, the center fielder, he's not hitting in the lineup. In high school baseball, you can DH for anybody on the field, but in Legion baseball, it's only the pitcher that can be hit for. You can't have the third baseman only play the field and then somebody hit for me. It only is the pitcher. So if the pitcher is going to hit, then there is no DH for the entire game. 2-2 pitch. Linda Kugel waits on the curveball. He'll ground it up the middle, and it's going to be off the shortstop. The throw from the second baseman, that will end up being wide, and it ends up being a run that will come in to score, and it's a 4-0 lead for the Governors. So it ends up being 2 errors on the play. The first by the shortstop to allow Linda Kugel to get to first, and the throwing error that will be charged to the second baseman. And it's now a 4-0 lead for the Governors.
Yeah, that's just a tough break there for Rapid City Central, to your point. I mean, tried to field it, did the shortstop, unable to do so, and then the throwing error allows Linda Kugel to reach first base, and then Sunshine came around to score on the play. Linda Kugel ends up at second, and one of the things that we talked about at the top of the broadcast, go ahead.
Here's a ground ball again to shortstop as Jackson unable to field it cleanly. It's another error by Rapid City Central, and getting to first is Parker O'Brien, and it's now first and third with 2 away here in the bottom of the bottom of the fifth, and a 4-0 lead still for the Govs.
One of the things that we talked about, just the poor defense that Central has displayed throughout the year is starting to kind of rear its ugly head, unfortunately, here in the bottom of the fifth, giving the Govs extra opportunities to make plays and and score runs, and they're doing just that here.
This will be popped up on the right side of the infield. The first baseman will call for it, make the catch. Jones retires Hudson Schaefer, and that will end the bottom of the fifth inning. But it is a 2-run inning for the Governors with just with 2 hits in the inning. There are a couple errors by Rapid City Central, and there is 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the 6th, and a 4-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
It is the top of the sixth, and the Pierre Governors lead at 4-0 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. As Carter Templeton will work into this top of the sixth inning, he will deal with 9-1-2. Parker Case, Steven Solano, and Asher Jackson. 4-0 is their score. Just one hit so far still for Rapid City Central. And it was the leadoff double that will end up turning into the man getting thrown out at third in UTEX. As that one will be over for a strike to kick off the top of the sixth inning. Parker Casey popped out behind home plate, or right to the left of home plate in foul territory. Curveball that had Case bailing away from it, but it drops in for a strike, and the count's now 0-2, which gives the pitcher a lot of confidence knowing that that curveball really fooled the hitter. And another curveball that Sunshine was ready to throw to third for that first out of the inning on a strikeout, but it might have missed just inside. And the count's now 1-2. Here to Parker Case. 1-2 pitch from Templeton. Another curveball that stays upstairs that time, and the count's now 2-2.
Just really tough tracking the ball for Case on the off speed, and Templeton has just really spammed that pitch as he spams it again on the swinging strikeout for out number one here in this top of the sixth.
That's the fourth strikeout of the last 5 batters for Carter Templeton. And overall, he's got now 7 strikeouts in the ball game. And it's top of the order now, Steven Solano, who is 0 for 2. He mentioned that he was coming in hitting .623, 33 hits and 53 at-bats. As the first pitch to him, a swing and a miss for strike one. Another curveball there from Templeton. And it's not very often that Solano has the possibility of going 0 for, because this might be his last at-bat of the ball game, depending on how the rest of this game goes. Here's a ground ball over to Stosher at second. He will field, and it's 0 for 3 for Steven Solano as he grounds out 4-3 on the putout, 2 down. Now here in the top of the sixth inning, and it brings up Asher Jackson to the plate.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show how well Carter Templeton has thrown in this ball game. You know, apart from the double from UTEC back in the second, he has thrown about as well as you can expect a starter to throw in this ball game, as that first pitch to Jackson is low for ball one.
He is 0 for 2. Ground out to the shortstop, Shufflebine. Struck out looking as well. That one's over for a strike, and it's now a 1-1 count. Governors in the bottom of the sixth inning will have 7, 8, and 9. They'll try and potentially extend a 4-run lead, or at least extend their lead. That'll be away from Sun and Shine. The count's now 2-1. Pierre will not play again until next Saturday, so everybody that has thrown yesterday and now will end up throwing today will be available next weekend when they play Saturday and Sunday against Roosevelt and Sturgis, as the count's now 3-1. So you really can empty the tank or use everybody in the bullpen. Here's a fly ball down the left field line, but that'll hook foul. And the count is now full at 3-2. Of course, you have back-to-back complete games. Brendan McCullough went all 7 innings yesterday, throwing just under 90 pitches. Will Danberg threw 90 pitches for a 7-inning complete game, gave up just 1 earned run. McCullough gave up 2 earned runs. Then you go back to last Tuesday against Huron there this past Tuesday. It's a 3-2 pitch will miss outside for ball 4, and it will be a 2-out walk issued here to Jackson. It brings up Ben Farnsworth, the catcher. And he is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk. But 4 straight complete games, as the first game ended up being a complete game by Bryson Wallman on 71 pitches. So he's actually available today, even though he threw a complete game in 6 innings. He threw under 80 pitches, so he's available to throw today, as the first pitch is fouled back for strike 1. And then Hudson Schaefer threw just 59 pitches for a complete game in that second game win. That was only a 5-inning game, but then he was available to even throw yesterday already for the Governors. Here's the 0-1 pitch now to Ben Farnsworth. That one's outside. The count's now 1-1.
And I'm guessing we may see at least one of those guys in game 2. Jonathan Newharth might also be an option as well. So a lot of options for the Governor coaching staff in game 2.
1-1 pitch is inside. The count's now 2-1. Probably got to go back to probably a Gopher Classic for a Pierre baseball team, which would have been maybe 2017 or 2018. 2-1 pitch. That'll be at the knees, and the count's now 2-1, where they won their pool in the Gopher Classic, and they did so with, I think, all of their games being complete games by their pitching staff, which I feel like that's kind of what, unless you have everybody as a pitcher to be able to win a pool and go compete at the Gopher Classic to that extent, you almost have to have complete games by your pitching staff from the first game all the way through the last game of that pool. As it counts 3-2 with 2 outs to Ben Farnsworth. Over at first is Asher Jackson. He will get a head start on the payoff pitch. Curveball taken for strike 3, and that will retire the side. 2 strikeouts in the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on base. To the bottom of the 6th we go, and a 4-0 lead for Pierre over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
It is the bottom of the 6th, and it is a 4-0 lead of the American Family Insurance Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard. As the Governors will have 7, 8, 9 here for the bottom of the 6th inning. Alec Eilers, Hudson Stosher, Will Danberg. UTEC is trying to get through 6 completes. Again, after that first inning, it was looking like, by the way he had the pitch count in that first inning, if he could get through 3, it was going to be almost remarkable that he get through 3 innings because he threw over 30 pitches in that first inning. And now all of a sudden here he is in the bottom of the 6th, and he's got a chance to try and go 6 complete and keep his team with still a possibility. I mean, they're down 4-0 right now, but if he gets a 0, he gives his team a shot in that 7th inning to try and tie and take the lead in that top of the 7th. They'll be in striking distance. As Alec Eilers will step to the plate. He's 0 for 2 so far in the ballgame. He ground out to the pitcher and also flew out to the right fielder in the first 2 plate appearances for Eilers. As we look at the pitch count here for Lake and UTEC.
80 pitches so far for UTEC.
So he's got 25 to work with before he'd have to be removed. The first pitch is over for strike 1 to Alec Eilers. I mean, that's really when you look at for the Rapid City Central Cobblers, that is a big benefit going into game 2. That UTEC has a chance to go 6 complete, even if they don't win this game. Now everybody's still on the table that you hadn't planned to pitch in this doubleheader. Everybody's still on the table other than Lake and UTEC. Here's the 0-2 now from UTEC to Alec Eilers as he winds and delivers the 0-2. Check swing, but he will go. The tag will be applied, and there's one down here in the bottom of the 6th and a strikeout for UTEC. 1 away to bring up Hudson Stosher. That is the 3rd strikeout of the ball game now. Make that a 4th strikeout of the ball game for UTEC. Stosher comes in 0 for 2. He flew out to center and also ground out to the shortstop in his 2 trips to the plate.
Yeah, call me a broken record, but UTEC really has settled into the ball game after that first inning. Close to 40 pitches in that first, and basically 40 more pitches through the next 4 innings. I mean, hard to ask anything more of a kid when, maybe his head's hanging a little bit low after the bottom of the first, and he's really bounced back and shown the type of resolve that you want a kid to have.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, showing Bunning pulling it back and taking it for a ball as Stocher, and the count's now 1-1. Feels a little bit more of a old school type of game from UTEX because the pitch count is such a priority to all of these to teams now, and it has to be because it's a rule of not being able to throw more than 105 pitches. But, you look at the scoreboard and you see how many runs and hits have been had by the Pierre Governors, as there's a fly ball towards right center field. It's going to be trouble to the gap, and it's going to get down in the gap for extra bases for Stocher. He's on his way to second. He will glide in standing up. He's got himself a double in the 6th of the ball game for the Governors, and it brings up Will Danberg to the plates with 1 on and 1 out.
First extra base hit of the year for Stocher as he lines that one to the gap in right center field between the fielders, and he knew right away that he was trying to get his first extra base hit of the year, rounded first hard, and glides into second base with a stand-up double here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th, and now that brings Will Danberg to the plate.
He is 0 for 2, flew out into center, and also a strikeout victim to UTEX. First pitch is fouled off the plate for strike 1. But to go back to that point, even probably 10 years ago, maybe not so much 10 years ago now, but 15 years ago, you look at that scoreboard and you see 2 runs in that first inning, and then what he's doing, you're going, why would we take him out? Because he settled in. Obviously he had around 40 pitches in that first inning, so it becomes worrisome if he can go that. But just by watching him pitch, there's no question why he's still hitting here in the 6th inning. But here's a ground ball to the left side with a runner with Jackson holding on the runner. He gets through the left side for a base hit. Stocher will come in to score. It's a 5-0 lead, and the RBI single for Will Danberg as he will drive in his 6th run of the season, and a 5-0 advantage for the Govs here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, really tough break for the Cobblers on that one. Really not much need for Jackson, the shortstop, to be holding on Stocher at second base. And as a result, he's a little bit out of position, and ball gets through the gap between third baseman and the shortstop as Danberg puts a piece of hitting on the baseball there. That scores a run.
Shufflebine will drop down a bunt. UTEX will feel he's going to be quick with it. The throw to first will be in time to get Shufflebine. It goes down as a sacrifice bunt, and there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Danberg moves over into scoring position and brings up Porter Hunsley with a chance to try and add on to this Governor lead. So that's a good play by UTEX because it's not an easy play to make against the speedster of Shufflebine, and he had to be completely smooth with it to make sure that he was able to retire Shufflebine at first base, as UTEX will deliver the first one here to Porter Hunsley right down the middle for strike 1.
Yeah, interesting call there by whether it was the coaching staff or Shufflebine, as well as he's hit the ball here in game 1 to lay one down and try to maybe beat it out, but at the very least be a sacrifice. Guy who's gone 3 for 3 prior to that point. Interesting that he bunts there.
Here's a ground ball, a high chopper to the shortstop. Throw to first is going to be just in time to get Porter Hunsley. That one was a close one over at first, but it does retire the side here in the bottom of the 6th. But a run does score on 2 hits in the inning. No errors and a man left on base. We head to the top of the 7th. It is a 5-0 lead for the Pierre Governors over Rapid City Central. Back in a minute here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
It is the top of the 7th. The Pierre Governors 3 outs away from taking game 1 of our doubleheader as they lead at 5-0 in American Family Insurance. Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard. As the Govs and Carter Templeton will deal with 4, 5, and 6. Lake and UTEX, Brody Poyer and Tucker Jones. By reaches base, it'll be Nate Maylou, and they get guys on base, do the Rapid City Central Cobblers. Just one hit so far. This is the guy that had the hit. It was a leadoff double in the top of the 2nd inning. Other than that, a fielder's choice has been the only other way in an error. Well, actually, it's a fielder's choice with the error. Been the only reason why anybody's been on base by putting the ball in play. That one to be fouled out of play. And the count's now 1-1 here to Lake and UTEX. So Carter Templeton has been very, very good in this baseball game. He has retired what will now be 7 straight other than that walk. So he's retired 8 of the last 9 guys. That one will be a line shot to center field. That's right to Porter Hunsley, who took 1 step in, 2 steps back, and leadoff man retired here in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, line shot right at Porter Hunsley, and UTEC didn't even drop the bat on that play. He was running to first base with the bat in his left hand and didn't need to drop it because he was out before he could have had a chance to. So Porter Hunsley makes the out for the first out of the inning. Templeton's now got 16 pitches with which to work before he retires 2 batters before he has to come out of the ball game. So interesting to see if he will be able to finish it out. I have a feeling he will, based on as well as he's pitched so far, as that curveball drops over for a strike here, make it an 0-2 count.
Here is the 0-2 pitch, and a good morning, good afternoon, good night. 3-pitch strikeout of Poyer, and that will be now 2 down, and the Governors an out away from picking up their 13th straight win of the season to go 11 games over 500, sitting at 14-4, trying to go to 15-4 on the year. Tucker Jones, who's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Poyer's now got the hat trick with the 3 strikeouts, and Templeton's trying to do the same thing to Jones. The first pitch is a curveball that drops in for strike 1, and these 2 guys of both Poyer and Jones not enjoying the curveballs thrown from Carter Templeton, and I think Templeton's just going to keep throwing them until they put the ball in play. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Another off-speed pitch that might have stayed upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Governors with 7 hits, 5 runs, 7 hits, and an error. No runs, 1 hit, 4 errors for Rapid City Central. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2 and a fastball. And the Govs are a strike away from finishing off this ball game. Templeton looking to go the distance for a 5th straight complete game by the Governor pitching staff. 1-2 pitch is grounded foul. And at this point, the only reason why he wouldn't get a complete game is that he runs out of pitches. They would have to remove him because he went over that 105 pitch threshold.
He's still got about 10 pitches to work with, does Carter here. Regardless, he has thrown a whale of a ball game for the Governors here this afternoon.
1-2 pitch upcoming here from Templeton to Tucker Jones. Swing and a miss and a strikeout, and that is your ball game. A complete game shutout for Carter Templeton. 1 hitter for Carter Templeton as well, and the Govs will win it 5-0 over the Rapid City Central Cobblers in game number 1. We'll step aside for 2 minutes, come back and start to wrap up game number 1. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
As we welcome you back, it is a final score in game number one. The Pierre Governors will pick up a 5-0 win on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard, as the Govs will score 2 in the first, followed by another 2 runs in the fifth and a run in the sixth as they get 5 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. Rapid City Central went to no runs, 1 hit, and 4 errors in that first game, as Carter Templeton throws all 7 innings, a 1-hit shutout, 3 walks, 11 strikeouts, including back-to-back strikeouts to end the ball game on 96 pitches. Lakin Utech went all 6 innings. He had a complete game as well. 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. It was an RBI ground out from Sunshine in the bottom of the first that gave the Govs the 1-0 lead. A wild pitch made it 2-0, and then it was no RBIs in the fifth inning, but 2 runs would score. Carter Shufflebine got an infield single, stole second, stole third, and then scored on the wild pitch with 2 outs. Sunshine got a base hit, stole second, and then helped with the couple of errors that scored the 2 runs. Scored that next run to make it a 4-0 ball game, and then the RBI single from Will Danberg with that 5th run, and the Govs, they only needed was just the 1 run from Carter Templeton, who ends up with that complete game shutout and those 11 strikeouts, and 5th straight complete game. And kind of, the story is the Governors able to score runs, but the story also is that Carter Templeton and this Governor pitching staff, every time they go out and start, they feel like they can go the distance, pitch count or not, they feel like they can go the distance in a ball game.
Yeah, it seems like the bar just continues to raise for these top 3 starters for the Governors in Will Danberg, Carter Templeton, and Brennan McCullough. 3 consecutive complete games for the Governor starters and their pitching staff. Templeton comes out and absolutely shoves. Only 5 base runners allowed by Carter Templeton here today. 3 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 1 hit allowed. Otherwise, he gets all 21 outs that he was able to record, 11 of those by way of strikeout. Just a masterful performance by Templeton on 96 pitches. He had 61 strikes. Just, you can't ask for much more. That's over 60% in terms of strike percentage. He was filling it up out there. And to your point, John, I think this is a Governor pitching staff that is really, really starting to find their way right now, especially those top 3 guys, and having 3 really top dogs that you can rely on in a playoff series, that's really going to be invaluable down the stretch, because you could really bring one of those guys out of long relief in a state championship situation or in a series situation to get to the state tournament, depending upon who they would get matched up with at season's end. But really masterful performance by Templeton on the mound. And then to your point, 3-hit day for Shufflebine. Porter Hunsley had a hit. Sunshine had a hit. Stosher had a big double as well. Danberg had a hit. So really those 5 guys, the only guy that had multiple hits in this ball game was Carter Scheffelbein. He almost went 4 for 4 as he was maybe about a step away from beating out a bunt single. But just overall, the Govs, and then Govs take advantage of Rapid City Central giving them 3 additional outs on 3 errors to, the point that we talked about early on in the broadcast about, pitching and defense maybe not being the strong suit of the Cobblers. They got a great pitching performance out of Logan Utek in this ball game, but the defense did bite them a little bit, especially in that 5th inning, and that was really what cost them the ball game, on top of the Govs putting up 2 runs right away in the first, and that was really all that Carter Templeton needed here in game number 1.
So the Govs will now go to 15-4 on the season, a 13-game winning streak, and they can match the second longest winning streak with that 2023 state championship team with 14, which, again, that 14th game in a row was the state championship that the Govs won. But they can match that here today and then try and go to tie that record in the Governor history next week Saturday against Roosevelt. But they still got one more game to go here in this doubleheader, as the Govs are now 15-4 in the season. Rapid City Central now at 6-10, as the Cobblers fall to 5-6 in South Dakota play, and the Governors are now 11-4 in South Dakota games overall. And game 2 will be coming up here in just a little bit, so we will hear from the weekend news of News Director Zach Nelson. Then Wyatt Britchka will have the call of game 2 along with Blake Dean for our second game of our doubleheader coming up here this afternoon from Hyde Stadium. A 5-0 win in game 1. By the way, the time of the ball game was 1 hour and 40 minutes for the Pierre Governors to beat Rapid City Central 5-0 over that Cobbler team for the Govs to pick up their 13th win in a row. We'll take a break. We will come back with the weekend news from News Director Zach Nelson. That'll be on the way coming up next. And then Wyatt Britchka will be here for our second game between the Governors and Rapid City Central. 5-0 our final score. Back after this here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. Comtech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
South Dakota Attorney General Marty Jackley is pleased with the outcome of this year's South Dakota legislative session.
As Attorney General, I brought 10 bills. All 10 bills passed, were signed by the governor. Many of the bills had unanimous support, where Republicans and Democrats felt it was best for public safety.
The measures covered a lot of ground.
Keeping drugs out of the prisons are important, making sure we're using AI technology for good reasons and not for putting people in a sexual setting that can harm their reputation. I think were all important bills for South Dakota.
As well as government transparency and election integrity. Jackley still has some work to do before his term as Attorney General is done.
Chief Deputy Prorock's capital murder trial scheduled for September 21. I plan to personally try that case. We have the Meta case coming up, which certainly is a huge financial issue for South Dakota this June.
He says he wants to finish strong. Jackley is seeking the Republican nomination for the U.S. House of Representatives. Groundbreaking for a new men's prison in Sioux Falls took place this week. Lieutenant Governor Tony Van Huysen says it was a long time coming.
It was a fun day for me. I chaired that task force on the new prison, and that first meeting was held in April a year ago. So just over a year later, we were there breaking ground on that new prison. And I think a year ago, people would not have expected that would be happening. We were in a very different position. It was a good example of how an open, transparent process, bringing people together, people who are for it, people who are against it, inviting public input, you can coalesce around a good result.
Van Huysen says the new facility is all about rehabilitation.
The important thing about that new prison is it's going to have 4 times the space for programming. And so when we want to talk about our recidivism rate, when we want to talk about these guys out on parole getting into trouble, we need to do a better job when they're in prison, helping them, figuring out, do you need a GED? Do you need help with reading? Do you have a addiction issue with alcohol or drugs?
Van Huysen says the men's facility is just one part of South Dakota's changing prison system.
We have a new women's prison that's opening in Rapid City this summer, and it will have an intensive drug rehab program for 96 women inmates, female inmates, at a time that will make a huge difference. The huge majority of the women's inmates are in for drugs. It'll make a huge difference in their lives, and we don't have the space to do that in the current men's prison, but we will in the new one.
Other changes are on the way.
We're not just planning for 4 years from now. We've already announced a prison seminary program that should be able to start within the year. We're strengthening our partnerships with Southeast Tech for skills trades that can start in the next year. But as we're looking to that new prison 4 years from now, we're also trying to improve in the meantime.
The new men's prison is being built in Northeast Sioux Falls. The total price tag on the project is capped at $650 million. You've probably heard the ads.
Dependability and timeliness? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Perkins Storage and Transfer. Twice the movers. Look under movers in the yellow pages.
The marketing firm that creates those radio ads recently won a gold award from the South Dakota Advertising Federation. Mike Hart is co-founder of Fresh Produce.
Every year you can enter work into a variety of categories. Then they bring in judges from out of town. For us, it's a slate of 3 different judges, and they're sort of blind judging the whole body of work, and then they can choose to give it either a silver or a gold.
And it isn't their first gold award.
In February of 2017, we actually won Best of Show, which is the absolute highest honor you can win. And we've won a variety of golds and even some best of classes along the way for the Perkins work. This year happened to be a gold Addy, and we're super proud of the work that we do for them. It's really fun, engaging work.
Hard and co-founder Ted Herron got started in radio in Brookings before teaming up to co-found Fresh Produce in 2004.
In the early years, Ted would concept and write all of those ads. But then we started including other writers on our team. And so now it's sort of a fun moment when your name comes up and you're in the rotation to get to write the Perkins ad for the next 2 months. The writers on our team take turns concepting and coming up with the idea, and then, we still record them here on site.
Fresh Produce has a staff of 19 serving clients in not just South Dakota, but throughout the region. And South Dakota Senator Mike Rounds is pushing for funding for radio stations for tribal populations. He found a willing listener in Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. As the former governor of North Dakota, Burgum knows the importance of stations to tribal populations. Tribal radio funding was proposed for elimination in fiscal year 26. Rounds was able to get it restored and says he's grateful to see it introduced by the Interior Department for next year. With your Riverfront Broadcasting News, I'm News Director Zach Nelson reporting. News anytime online at kccrradio.com.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your mornings shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
And back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM and Riverfront Broadcasting Station as we are at 4:04 now here from Hyde Stadium. Wyatt Berichka taking over for John Winkler and also Blake Dean staying on. Blake, thanks for staying on here. And pretty good first game for the Governors. I know that first inning, hot start, and it kind of slowed things down once the game kind of settled in, but the Governors held on at the end.
Yeah, they really did, Wyatt, and that's probably one of the keys that the Govs had in that first game was, solid pitching performance from Carter Templeton in game one. And on top of that, they really had timely hits, took advantage of some errors that Central gave them, and they ended up with a 5-0 win in game one, and we'll see what's in store for game two here. New pitching staff on both sides, and we'll see how this game shakes out as the Govs look to extend what is now a 13-game winning streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, I think you and John kind of hit it was the pitching for the Governors. I think it's just been super solid. I mean, from who knows how long it's been going. I mean, it's been going on and helping them with this 14-game win streak going in and trying to maybe extend that and see if you can only have one more pitcher pitching today. Yeah,
it's remarkable how well they're kind of their three-headed monster in Will Danberg, Carter Templeton, and Brennan McCullough have thrown so far this year, and we've gotten to see 3 consecutive games from each of those guys, and they've all gone back to back to back in terms of complete games. A shutout, probably the best game of the bunch, was just thrown in game number 1 by Templeton, and that's really going to benefit the Govs down the stretch, especially in a series to go to the state tournament potentially at season's end.
Yeah, you watch the first game, kind of going into this one, maybe some things from the Cheyenne Central side that maybe they would like to maybe see change differently in game number 2.
Yeah, I think, this is a Rapid City Central team that's really looking to kind of build. They're 6-10. They can hit the ball really, really well. We didn't necessarily see that in game 1 just because of the dominance of Carter Templeton on the mound. But this is a team that came into this doubleheader with a team batting average of 389. This is a team that can really, really put the bat on the ball. And, Carter, I think that just even more, emphasizes how well Carter Templeton threw in game 1.
Yeah.
But to that point, this is a team that, new game, new opportunity. I don't think they're going to stick their tail between their legs necessarily. They're going to come out and really try to stick it here in game number 2 against a Governor pitching staff that has really looked really, really solid over the last 2-3 weeks here.
Yeah, they'll have Newarth for the Governors on the mound. And what about the Governors side? I know, like I said, they win 5-0, but maybe what are some things you want to see from the Governors transition into this game or something they could have improved from game 1?
I think the bats overall have gone a little bit, not necessarily quiet, but they haven't gotten as many hits collectively as a team as maybe they have in the last, especially like against Huron earlier on Tuesday. Granted, I think maybe the pitching quality is a little bit better here this weekend than they saw on Tuesday. But to that point, it would be nice to see other guys step up. We saw Carter Scheffelbein, the leadoff hitter, have 3 hits in game number 1. There's a reason that he's hitting over 500 this year. But, opportunity for guys up and down the lineup to kind of contribute and maybe string together a really, really, big inning. We saw a couple of innings where they threw crooked numbers up on the board, 2 innings of 2 runs apiece in that first game, but it'd be nice to see a long extended inning where they really kind of pull away from a team. Maybe they can do that against Rapid City Central in game number 2. So that would be the big thing that I'm looking for. But on the flip side, be interesting to see how the new pitching staff decides to come out here and throw after, the 3-headed monster that we talked about. None of those guys are eligible to throw here in game number 2. So it'll be interesting to see, maybe the depth of the Governor rotation in the second game.
Yeah, Newarth is going to get the start on the mound. He'll throw it over to Eilers. It will be Babcock at first, Furman at second. Scheffelbein will be at shortstop. Littenbach at third. O'Brien is in left. Hunsley in center field. Deal will finish off the fielding positions in the right field. For the lineup here for Rapid City Central, it'll be UTEC starting things off. He'll be the leadoff hitter, followed by Solano. Jackson will be in that third spot. Farnsworth in the number 4 spot. Nate Mello the number 5. Gregory will be 6. Poirier at 7. Tucker Jones at 8. And rounding up the lineup here for the Central, Rapid City Central will be Farnsworth, Sam Farnsworth, I should say. There's a couple of Farnsworth off the. It will happen. You get the names mixed up, but they have the same last name. We'll make it work as the day goes on here. So it looks like we are ready to go here from Hyde Stadium here. It is currently 46 degrees. It's kind of been pretty consistent as far as I should say temperature-wise here today. But we'll get things going here. UTEC will lead things off, and we'll take on the left-hander Neuharth, and the first one will be swung and fouled off for strike 1.
Yeah, Jonathan Neuharth comes into this ball game. This is his 3rd start on the year. He's thrown 8 2/3 innings so far, allowed 5 runs, all 5 of them earned to this point. 7 walks, 6 strikeouts for an ERA of 4.04 as that pitch misses upstairs for ball number 1 here to UTEC, the batter. Whip of 1.731 for Neuharth, and a batting average against a 242 for the Governor left-hander.
The 1-1 pitch goes inside. It'll stay a count ahead for the batter at 2-1 here. Top of the first in game number 2. Governor is looking to go to 16-4. We'll tie and get to one of those historic marks there as far as game winning streaks go. And the next one's going to be chopped in there to left field, and it'll be a leadoff single for the Cobblers here in the second game.
Yeah, just an inside-out swing there by UTEC. He's able to, put it right through the gap between third base and shortstop for the first hit of the ball game for the Cobblers, and a runner on first base. But, the left-hander in Neuharth, it'll be, maybe a little bit tougher to steal on a left-hander because you have to stay honest with the pickoff move that he's got.
Yeah, next pitch going to be in there to Solano for ball 1 as it goes inside. Yeah, that being a left-hand pitcher, there's a lot of benefits, but if you're the runner, good luck. You
Absolutely.
Can't take that lead off as much as maybe you hope for, but
shorten that lead a little bit, absolutely.
Yeah, Neuharth will throw in the next pitch. This one, it's over Neuharth. He'll get the tag at 1. Can they go for 2? And they do. That will be a double play. Looks like a 4-3 double play there for the Governors.
Yeah, 6-3 because that was shuffled by in the shortstop. But he, there's a reason why he's probably going to play collegiate athletics at the next level in some capacity. He is such a good athlete at shortstop, able to field his position cleanly, step on the bag, and fire across to first base to retire 2 batters, or 2 outs here, record 2 outs, I guess I should say, for the Governors on that play, as first pitch to Jackson is taken for strike 1.
So 0-1 count there. What a great start here for the Governor defense. Next pitch from Neuharth will be bouncing inside for ball 2. So a 1-1 count, not a 2-1 count.
Yeah, very rare to see Solano in that number 2 hole. He's now 0 for 4, I think, in this doubleheader. And he came into this ball game, Wyatt, hitting .623, I believe. I mean, this a kid that, as hot as a pistol, and he's come in here, and the Governor pitching staff has really quieted his bat to this point.
Yeah, Jackson is the one who will hit this one deep. This one's going to go into right center field. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Governor defense, and we will go into the bottom of the first. That was a quick top of the first there. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR, 1240 AM in 98.9 FM.
When the South Dakota sun is beating down, your home should be your sanctuary. But a broken air conditioner can turn your living room into a hot oven fast. Whether you need a quick repair or a full system replacement, AirTech Heating and Cooling is on the job. Our licensed technicians are available 24/7 for those unexpected emergencies. We pride ourselves on 100% customer satisfaction and quality service you can trust. Call 605-945-0160. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned and keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. It's a 3-up, 3-down for the Cobblers after the top of the first. And now Governors will get their crack at it here in the bottom of the first of game number 2. Bridgegate with you, Blake Dean on the call here. And let's take a look at the lineup here for the Governors. It'll be Shufflebine to lead things off. Porter Hunsley in the 2 spot. Suttonshine will be number 3. He's the DH here in this one. Linton Kugel, number 4. O'Brien sitting at the 5 spot. Babcock at 6. Eilers at 7. Deal at 8. And Furman at the 9 spot there. So that is your lineup for the Governors here. And they will be take on Malo in the mound here in game number 2.
Yeah, Malu's coming in throwing. This will be his 4th start on the year, but he's only gotten through 7 innings in 3 previous starts as Shufflebine takes strike 1 at the knees. He comes in having he has 6 runs allowed to this point, 4 earned. He's allowed 8 walks and 11 strikeouts. So, maybe an opportunity for the Governors to get on base, maybe via the free pass as that curveball bounces in the dirt for ball number 1 as well. Malu has an ERA of 4 even, a whip at 1.429, and a batting average against of .087. So a lot of his base runners have been on base by way of walks or hit by pitches.
And the next pitch is thrown in there for Malo outside for ball 2. So we'll make that count now 2-1 there. But again, you thought Central might have to go into the bullpen a little bit, but they did a good job avoiding that in the first game. We'll see if Malo can do the same here for Central, and then that next pitch will put a 3-1 count for Shufflebine.
Yeah, only 2 hit by pitch. 2 batters have been hit by a pitch by Malo so far through his 3 starts to this point. But, to your point, Wyatt, really nice job by Logan Utek in that first game to pitch a complete game as well and not allow the Cobblers to go into their bullpen.
We'll get the rest of the fielding here as that's a foul ball and makes the count full here on the first at bat for the Governors in game number 2. Got Jones at first. Jackson is going to go from short to second. Utek, who pitched in game number 1, is going to stand in shortstop. And Poirier is going to be third base. We'll get the rest of the outfield here in just a moment. The full count pitch coming up here for Malo, and a long time to get that signal. Malo will fire it in. That one swung and fouled, and we'll stay at 3-2.
Yeah, Shufflebine putting up a good fight there. There's a reason why he's come into this game, or into this doubleheader, 26 for 51 on the year, batting average of .510 coming into this doubleheader, and then going 3 for 4 in game number 1.
Once again, full count pitch. And a long moment there to get Malo going here, but now he'll wind up, fire it in. This one going to be swung on. Utek will field it, but gets in between his glove and legs, and it's going to be a single. Now, probably most likely be off an error, though, but Governors get on.
Yeah, tough break there for Malo. From Utek. He, I think, was looking to try to get the hop at the highest point and just unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Ball goes right between his legs and away from his glove, and now Shufflebine's on first. 17 stolen bases on the year to this point by Shufflebine, and the pickoff move immediately from Malo to first base and was not fielded cleanly over there by Jones, and the ball skipped away. Thought Shufflebine might have a chance to take off, but Cobblers were on top of it, so he does not advance, but maybe look for him to steal at some point here pending the first pitch.
I know our scoreboard says second inning. It is the bottom of the first. Next pitch is going. Shufflebine will take off to second, and he's going to be then in there with ease, and now it's going to be a runner 180 feet away from potentially the first run of the day for the Governors in game number 2.
Yeah, Carter doing a nice job there. He had 15 stolen bases coming into the ball game here. He had 2. He picked up 2 in the first game. and now he picks up another one, 18 total, as they try to pick him off at second, but Jackson a little bit late in the throw on the second base side of the bag, so Scheffelbein able to get back into second base safely.
You got to wonder sometimes if that can kind of get into a pitcher's head as well. Like, I mean, just every opportunity, you could probably expect Scheffelbein to take off here. That first pitch was a ball. This one is going to be swung to the third baseman. Utek can't field it, and that's going to also put a runner on. So Scheffelbein doesn't advance because where everything happened, but you get 2 runners on for the Governors.
Yeah, just a tough break there by the central fielders. They're going to rule it a hit on the scoreboard here, but yeah, kind of bounced right in between the third baseman in Poirier and then the shortstop in Utek. So now got runners first and second, nobody out, and the Governor catcher Sutton Sunshine comes into the plate, takes ball 1 in the left-handed batter's box to start his at bat here.
So 2 on, 1 in scoring position, standing at second, as no outs are on the scoreboard here for the Governors. Melo will check second. Utek goes around. Now here's the swing. This one going to be fouled behind us here at Hyatt Stadium, and that will make the count even up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it looked like they were maybe trying to run the wheel play as Utek went around Scheffelbein, but then went back to his normal defensive position rather than going to cover third. So maybe running a deke wheel play were the Cobblers there.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot in that first game, especially when Jackson was the one playing shortstop. This one's going to be hit into right field. It'll drop for a bloop single, and they're going to set Scheffelbein home. Here is the throw. It's not going to be in time. A runner gets on, and a runner advances to third. And that will be Hunsley, who is at third for the Governors.
Yeah, that's just aggressive base running there by Carter Scheffelbein. Bloop single into right by Sunshine, and immediately Coach Scott Rowie sends probably one of his fastest players, if not his fastest player, in Carter Scheffelbein home. Aggressive on the base paths was Carter, and the throw in from right field, maybe up the first base line a little bit, and that allowed Hunsley on the plate. It allowed Scheffelbein to score. Hunsley moves up to third, so now you got runners on the corners with nobody out, and maybe you look for Sunshine to maybe steal second here.
Here's the first pitch, and watch out. That'll be ball number 1 there for our next batter. That's Lindenkugel, who will step on with no outs here, the 4th batter. So really a similar start in that first inning in the last game for the Governors, where they're kind of getting everybody on right off the bat to start.
Yeah, Tripp's, one of these kids that's really, really good baseball player. Last couple games necessarily haven't shown that as Scheffelbein takes off.
And here is the double steal. They get to home. Is it in time? And they will say the throw is in time, trying to get that double steal, and the Governors will see their first out.
Yeah, I think I said Scheffelbein, but meant Sunshine regardless.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
No, I did. But no, regardless, Sunshine went off to take second, and the nice cut play by the Cobblers to to cut off the throw, and Hunsley was taken home, and they nail him by a step at the plate. Aggressive running by the Governors there, but unfortunately not able to convert there on that particular play. First out at home.
And so here's another pick play. That gets by the second baseman, and going to third will be Sunshine. And just like that, now another runner is 90 feet away, but still got a man at the play here on a 1-1 count.
And now we're starting to see, maybe the defensive issues of the Cobblers that maybe have plagued them all year kind of rear their heads here as the pickoff attempt of Scheffelbein got into center field, or of Sunshine, got into center field, and he is able to take third base on the play.
Next pitch in a 1-1. They're going to say a little high for ball 2, so it makes the count 2-1, 1 out, and 1 sitting at third here for the Governors. They got their first 2 runs in the first inning in game number 1, trying to answer that or maybe do a little bit better here. Melo will set, fire the pitch. That one going to be swung backwards, and that will hit the top of the press box. Got to wonder, John is saying he's looking for his first press box catch.
He's been talking about that for years, Wyatt. It's been his dream to catch a foul ball while calling a game And I'm sure once he does, that will be the entire topic of the rest of the game, regardless of what the outcome of the game
I
will be.
would not be surprised. That is John Winkler for you. Dropping low there for ball 3. It is a 3-2 count now. So we'll try to stick with the count here on our stream. But appreciate you tuning in. Have you maybe tuning in, whether it's live on KCCR YouTube or you're tuned in on the radio at KCCR 1240 AM in 98.9 FM. 1-0 to score. Runner on third for the Governors. As Melo delivers the pitch, it's outside in ball 4, and it puts a runner at first.
Yeah, nice at bat there by Triplin to Kugel. Able to draw the walk and continue to extend the inning. Basically, every batter so far for the Governors has gotten to first base. Only out that's been recorded for the Cobblers was the nail of Hunsley at the plate on the double steal attempt.
Yeah, gotta wonder. You know, sometimes you're just like, what if we can try again, see if it works this go around? I mean,
be aggressive. Why not?
You have one out. You really essentially have it out to play with. Looks like they'll have a pitcher runner joining the lineup for the Governors. Trying to get who that number is for you here in just a moment. Got 2 on. Runners at the corners here, and it's 1 out and 2 on for the Governors. At the plate here for Pierre is O'Brien. Melo will get set now. He'll fire the pitch. Runner goes, and this will bring in another run as it gets by the catcher. You got a runner going to third. That one's going to get by him, and this will bring in 2 runs and an error for the Cobblers. Has Governors put 3 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, again, just really, really tough defense behind Melo, the pitcher, and couple of overthrows allow the Governors to take the lead here and extend their lead to 3. Only 1 out on the board for the Cobblers. And, you think maybe, Wyatt, that based on the numbers, this is kind of how Melo's season has gone when he has been on the bump, because this is his 4th start to this point, but he's only completed 7 innings of work going into his start. So really, really tough outings so far for Melo. And, maybe part of that can be attributed to the defense or lack thereof that's been behind him so far.
Yeah, fouled for that next pitch. It will be in there for strike 2. So Melo, for the first time here today, is going to be ahead of the count with facing off against the right hitter O'Brien. Nobody on now with 1 out. 2 runners go by on the pitch that goes by the catcher. And the next one, swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Cobblers will put their second out away.
Yeah, nice curveball there by Melo. O'Brien just a little bit out in front of it for the strikeout and out number 2. But not before the Governors put up 3 here in this bottom of the first. And now up steps Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, to take his first chops in this doubleheader.
Yeah, the left-hander here for Babcock will see the first pitch, and he'll slide away for ball 1.
Babcock on the year comes into this contest hitting .261, slugging .261 as well, .346 on base. He's 6'4", 23. All 6 of his hits been singles.
Next pitch low in there for ball 2, so it's a 2-0 count here for Babcock, who will be playing that first base position here this afternoon. And the 2-0 pitch here for Melo, just trying to get out of this inning with only 3 runs being surrendered by the Cobblers. Next pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1.
3 RBI on the year for Bridge. He's got 6 runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts, 2 stolen base, 2 stolen bases, excuse me. And he had a couple of really nice defensive plays over at first base yesterday in that doubleheader against Spearfish.
The 1-2 is going to be hit there to UTEC. UTEC will fire it over to first for Jones for out number 3, and that will retire the first inning here. But the Governors, taking advantage of a mistake, puts 3 runs on the board. We'll step aside. We're back here in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. As we get you set for the top of the second. It will be the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up next.
Building a home, It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Getting you set for the top of the second. The Governors get 3 runs in the in the bottom of the first. They saw 5 batters to the plate in that, I should say 6 batters in that first inning. But the 4, 5, 6 hitters do up here in Blake, like you kind of mentioned, that defense, you're kind of seeing where really maybe that struggle is coming for the Cobblers, but they'll try to answer it with their strength of the team. That's the bats.
Absolutely. But to this point, why the bats really haven't been their strong suit to this point, as they've only got 2 hits through 8 innings across 2 games here, as Newhart's first pitch is a strike to the batter in Farnsworth here in the top of the second to lead it off.
Yeah, they will be Farnsworth, Malo, Gregory, the 3 due up here for the Cobblers in the second inning. And Newhart will swing or fire that one. That is going to be a high foul ball, but putting it away there will be Eilers for the Governors.
Yeah, nice job there by Will Eilers. The catcher able to shed the mask right away, find the ball as it was in the air, get to a spot, and then make the catch. Did have to maybe take a back pedal or 2 to make the catch, but stuck with it and retired Farnsworth for out number 1.
Yeah, so first out here already, and doing a pretty good job here early going is going to be Newhart, who will see that pitch there from Malo fouled off for strike 1.
Yeah, Malo coming in 14 for 43 for a 326 average and 372 slug, 442 on base. 12 singles, 2 doubles for Malo to this point, as he fouls that one off as well, as it's still an 0-2 count. 14 RBI on the year for Malo, 7 runs, 9 walks, 14 strikeouts. And really would like to help his own cause as he steps into the batter's box down 3-0 here in the top of the second.
Yeah, entering this game, Newhart, who will get that here in just a moment, is throwing it over to first. Can't get it to go with the corral, and this will bring Malo to second. And that was Lindenbach, who couldn't get the throw all the way over there, but couldn't corral it. Was Babcock for the Governors, and that puts a runner on second.
Yeah, tough hop there as Malo hit the ball, and Lindekugel was able to feel his position, but caught it on a kind of a weird hop, and so maybe that kind of threw off his timing a little bit. Short-armed the throw just a smidge. Babcock tried all he could to snag the ball out of the dirt, but that is the second base runner, for the Cobblers here in game number 2. And Malo, the pitcher, is actually able to go to second base, as now the batter is Gregory as he watches ball 1 with 1 out and a runner on second here in the top of the second.
Yeah, next pitch on the 1-0. This one going to be hit out into center field, and making that easy play there is Hunsley, and that will put the second out away.
Yeah, nice job. Nice bounce back there by Newhart, just not letting it get to him, because he knows that he's thrown up 3 outs to this point and got Gregory to fly out to shallow center in Hunsley, and there was no chance for Malo to tag and try to advance to third on that play.
Yeah, so Poirier is going to be the one who comes to the plate now, the right-hand hitter. 1 on at second here as the pitch is going to be hit. This one is going to be in the field, and putting it away there for out number 3 will be Babcock. So another Four batters come to the plate. Only one is left on. The Governors will keep their 3-0 lead going into the bottom of the second. We'll get you that lineup here is coming up. It is going to be, 6, 7, 8 due up next in 60 seconds.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Going to the bottom of the second, it will actually be 7, 8, 9 due up here. I forgot Babcock was out in that first inning, but really good defensive start here for the Governors, and they'll try to continue their bats here going into the bottom of the second here. And coming up here is Will Eilers, and he'll see the first pitch go by, and the official will call it for strike one, up, I should say.
Yeah, Will Eilers comes into this doubleheader 7 for 30 for a batting average of 233, 367 or slugging percentage, 258 on base. 5 singles, 2 triples for Eilers.
And Eilers will have this one. It's in foul play, but it looks like it's in play for the Cobblers. But can't get the catch there is Jones, and it'll make it 0-2 count.
Yeah, tough play over there for Jones. Long run for both him and the catcher, and Farnsworth just falls right in between them on that pop fly over on the first base side near the Governor dugout. But for Eilers, 4 RBI, 6 runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts, and 1 stolen base for the Governor catcher here so far this year.
Melo to try to put one away early here in the second, and got him looking. That will be the first backwards K of the game, and it goes to Melo.
Yeah, just froze Eilers on the fastball in the outer third and painted the outside corner like Picasso did Melo, and that was strikeout number 1 for him, first looking strikeout as Jaron Deal steps to the plate now.
Yeah, the second strikeout for Melo here. He got 1 in the first, so no runners on still. Governors lead 3-0 on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. It looks like Melo might have found a spot.
Yeah, he's really hammering that outer half with not only the curveball but the fastball, and if he's able to live out there consistently and, effectively, that might get the Cobblers back in this ballgame.
This one's going to be hit to Melo. Melo will just run it over and underhand it over to first, as Jaron Deal is going to be credited for out number 2.
Man, just off the end of the bat, again, just hammering that outer half, and Deal rolled over on it on a weak ground ball back to Melo, who's able to flip it over to Jones at first for out number 2, and that will bring Brecken Furman to the plate.
Yeah, he is the number 9 hitter for the Governors, so it takes already a quick 2 innings, and the Governors have already seen everybody to the plate, and that one will bounce to the dirt for ball 1.
Yeah, 3 runs in the first on 2 hits. You're going to send at least 6 guys to the plate in that first inning, so it would be good to see the lineup turn back over to Carter Shufflebein if Furman's able to get on here. He's already had in the count 1-0.
And that will be high, looks like, for ball 2.
I'm going to say that
ball 2.
Yeah, that pitch was closer than I thought it was going to be, but ends up being ball 2. And now Furman's going to look for 1 pitch in 1 spot here with 2 outs in the bottom of the second.
Melo fires the next pitch. This one fouled onto the plate for strike 1. It makes the count 2-1 for Furman. Playing second here for the Governors. Taking a look at the outfield real quick. We forgot to mention those. Gregory's at left, Kirksey at center, and Farnsworth, who will be at right field for the Cobblers. The 2-1 pitch with 2 outs, nobody on. Malo fires it in and catches the zone for strike 2.
Yeah, it really froze and buckled Furman on the curveball. Did Malo on that pitch. He looks to be starting to settle in, kind of like UTEC did in game number 1.
The 2-2, trying to go a 3-up, 3-down inning is Malo for the Cobblers. It's fired in and fouled off to the third base side.
Yeah, UTEC after a rough first inning in game number 1 really settled in the rest of the way, and Malo is looking like he is trying to replicate that here in the second. 2-2 count here with 2 outs, pitching to Furman who is the last hitter in the Governor lineup.
Looking to go 3-up, 3-down once again. The 2-2, and time's going to be called. It looks like Furman will take a second before trying this all over again.
Good job by Furman trying to disrupt the timing maybe of Malo on this 2-2 pitch.
Yeah, quickly now, Malo will fire it in and got him. Strike 3, 3-up, 3-down. Third strikeout for Malo here, and that's the second one in this inning that gets caught looking.
Yeah, nice pitch on the outer half again by Malo as he's able to strike out Furman looking for out number 3. So 3-up, 3-down for the Govs in the second, but they still have a 3-0 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard.
Nailed it. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
You set for the top of the third here is the Cobblers go 3-up, 3-down to the Governors, and now they're going to try and get some answers on the scoreboard. This first pitch is in there. It's going to be ball number 1, and at the, 891 is who's due up here for the Cobblers.
Yeah, Newhart's going to face the bottom of the order here before things go back to the top. And it's already a 1-0 count here to the batter. And swinging strike there was Jones, and it's now a 1-1 count.
Yeah, Tucker Jones playing first base. Got to see some action in game number 1 here. Is not a lot of depth for the Cobblers in Pierre today at Hyde Stadium. That one's going to bounce into the dirt and make that now 2-1 the count for Jones. Taking a quick look at how he was in the last game. He went 0 for 3. He got struck out in every at-bats in game number 1. So trying to maybe shake off the first game aftermath, and I'll foul that one for strike 2.
Yeah, if the golden sombrero is now in play with 2 strikes here to Jones over across 2 games. That'd be 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
Did not know that's called the golden sombrero. Is
yes.
that how you said that?
Yes, sir.
Learning something new every day. The 2-2 pitch. This one going to be hit out in the first base side. It would be foul, but putting it away there is Babcock for the Governors, and that's 1 down.
Yeah, nice job there by Bridger fielding his position on the first base line in foul territory, able to retire Jones for the first out of this top of the third. No golden sombrero for Jones. He's probably happy to at least put a ball in play, even if it's a retired flyout.
Hey, I mean, as long as you make contact, right? That's the big thing.
Name of the game.
All right, coming up to bat now. It's going to be Farnsworth, and the first pitch. They got strike 1.
Yeah, one of the Farnsworths. They've got
Farnsworth, I should say.
Yeah, they got 2 in the lineup. Sam batting now. Sam coming in, hitting .297, slugging .351 on base of .447 for a .798 OPS. 11 hits in 37 at-bats.
And this one going to be popped out of play, and all the Governors who are hanging out just a little bit outside of the dugout will have to go inside for a moment, but that will make the count now 0-2, and a chance to go a quick 2 outs here is Newhart.
9 singles, 2 doubles, 8 RBI, 10 runs, 9 walks, 13 strikeouts for Sam Farnsworth on the year.
Newhart fires in. It's going to be high for ball 1, and you know, it's a good pitching day when your defense can also do a little bit of work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Farnsworth watches that one high above the zone, but Easton Newhart looking to set him down right here.
Pitch in outside.
Excuse me, Jonathan Newhart.
For ball 2, and it's an even count at 2 apiece.
I'm all over the place with names right now.
Well, you know, sometimes when you have the same last name, it
That's true.
You know,
yeah.
it completely messes you up as a broadcaster. So I do not blame you. And that's low in the dirt. As coming back in the count is Sam Farnsworth, and maybe a chance to get the Cobblers on base here, at least their second one of the day.
Yeah, to turn the lineup over to UTEC potentially in this top of the third. Be nice to have a base runner for if you're the Cobblers.
The full count pitch. It's fired in, and gonna say ball 4. I was waiting for the umpire to maybe say something there, but it's a ball 4, and that puts a runner on.
Yeah, just a little bit high, maybe a little bit outside, unfortunately, there for Newhart. Lost Sam Farnsworth there, and that'll turn the lineup over to UTEC. But UTEC, I don't know how many lefties he's faced this year as a left-handed batter, and you really it seems like lefties really struggle against left-handed pitchers, as that one is in the dirt here for ball 1. And Jonathan Newhart, after throwing pretty well through that first 2 1/3 innings, is really starting to not find the strike zone as consistently here over the last few pitches.
Next pitch is going to be inside for ball 2, and yeah, you're kind of put the hammer on the nail on that one, kind of talking about the location and trying to go inside against UTEC. Here, runner on first, 1 out. Score is 3-0 for the Governors. Next pitch, this is swung on. It's going to go to second. There's 1, throwing it for 2, stretching it out, and they're going to say safe at first.
Yeah, good job of hustling out of the box was UTEC, as it was going to be Furman to Scheffelbein on the 4-6 put out. They tried to go 4-6-3 on the double play, but nice job of getting out of the box quickly was UTEC, and was able to beat the throw by Scheffelbein by just about a little over a half step, as he extends the inning to Sam Solano here.
So next batter up, it does put, you mentioned Solano at the line, and this one is going to be hit straight up, and that looks like that is out of play, and that will be the case. 2 outs, 1 runner on for the Cobblers. They're getting players on. They just haven't really been able to put anybody in scoring position for Central here in this second game.
But if there's anyone you want to hit with runners on base, this is the guy you want in the batter's box if you're Rapid City Central.
Yeah, 6-3 put out in the first. This one, another high put, and couldn't secure the catch. Was Eilers. Had it, it just went off the tip of the glove.
Yeah, really tough play there by Eilers, right up against the netting. He was unable to corral the catch, and that gives Solano an extended at-bat. And if there's anybody in the lineup that you don't want to give an extended at-bat to in this Cobbler lineup, it is the guy in the batter's box right now.
Yeah, Newhart gets set, runner goes. It's going to be ball 1, and UTEC, gets there in time to second on the steal. Kind of knew he was going right away, especially with 2 strikes with 2 outs.
Yeah, first pitch there, he was going on first movement, and he takes second base with relative ease, beating the throw by, about a full step.
So runner in scoring position for the Cobblers for the first time. High pitch for ball 2. And again, a chance for Central to get their first runs of the day here. And it comes in game 2 in the top of the third. Getting set now to fire the next pitch. It's Newhart. Runner on second. And a 2-2 count. And it will be inside for ball 3. So full count now. And again, the guy you probably don't want to be in the box at the bat is Solano.
Yeah, and he goes all the way back from 0-2 to make it a 3-2 count here, as Jonathan Newhart, with one pitch, though, could set him down and retire at the side.
The 3-2 pitch. This one is going to be fouled off to the third base side, and that's going to be a foul ball that some little kid will burn some energy off.
Absolutely. Maybe have to go swimming for that one, as there's a creek back there.
I was going to say, is it well worth the buck there is the question.
Depends on the kid that you ask, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Would you be that one kid if you were? No.
Well, not now, but if you'd asked me 15, 20 years ago, probably.
Once again, 3-2, and we'll just keep playing the foul ball game, and the battle will continue. I believe this is pitch 8-9 coming up.
Yeah.
This at bat.
Has to be at least, because he's fouled off 3 pitches so far. So 3 pitches, already 6 on the board. So, yeah, probably at least pitch 9.
Yeah, so good news is Solano can stay at bat. The bad news is Newhart's pitch count will continue to climb if this battle also continues. The 3-2, this one swung into center field, and putting it away is Tunsley. So after all of that, the Governors don't surrender any runs, and they will go to the bottom of the third with a 3-0 lead. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. We were just talking about the NFL, and you were saying how apparently KCCR is producing Cowboys fans over here.
Yeah, I mean it must be a job requirement. The sports guys got to be Cowboys fans to get hired here at the capital city.
I mean, it's not that it's intentional, but I would say sometimes I'd rather be a fan of somebody else than the Cowboys some days. But here is a first pitch. It's going to be grounded over to Poirier, throws it over to Jones, who has to go high up for that one for out number 1. And batting there just a moment was Scheffelbein.
Yeah, hard contact there by Carter. Just hit it right at Poirier. Like you said, high throw over to Jones, but Jones is a big kid, and he's able to retire Scheffelbein by maybe a little less than a step for out number 1 here in this bottom of the third.
Yeah, Porter Hunsley now going to be up to the plate here. Melo, who is really settling in, will throw first pitch in ball for ball number 1. But, yeah, I was going to say, too, I mean, first base, you're going to be able to have that reachability, the stretch. I mean, probably not a pleasant feeling sometimes when you have to go and reach for those, especially when they're on the ground, but great play there by Jones. The 1-0 bounces into the dirt for ball 2.
Yeah, you think about the dexterity and the flexibility of first baseman. You really have to be kind of a mini catcher over there to some extent, because you're trying to stop just about everything that comes your way, whether it's hit at you or thrown to you. So,
you know, sometimes those top 10 plays are how well the first base is able to really secure those, you know, a little bit out of reach throws over there for outs. I can think of some MLB highlights that you can already put up there.
Absolutely.
This season.
Yeah, guys like Freddie Freeman have always been really good first basemen as far as fielding their position. You know, that's kind of the one that comes to mind. I'm sure there's others that I'm forgetting right now.
I was thinking of like Hilton, that's going to be a 4-pitch walk for the Governors, and that will put Hunsley at first. But yeah, I'm thinking of like Ty Hilton for the Rockies when he was playing.
Oh,
first.
sure, yeah, he was a fun player to watch. Unfortunately, the bar for Rockies baseball has not been as high as when Todd Helton was playing at his peak, for sure.
Well, and me and John were saying, Rockies would be lucky to, as Melo will throw the pitch, and going as Hunsley. Throw is in time, but too high, and I'll put a runner on second as Hunsley will steal the second. That first pitch was for ball 1.
Sixth stolen base of the year for Hunsley, sorry.
I was going to say, me and John were saying, the schedule that the Rockies had, they'd be lucky to win 5. They, doubled that in less than 3 weeks, and we were saying how dumb of a take that was, especially being the Dodgers and Astros, and I'm sure there's somebody else I'm missing. That's how long the baseball season is there.
Yeah, the Rockies have actually been, better than I think a lot of people thought they would be to start this season. You look at the standings, and the worst team in the league on both sides right now is actually the Philadelphia Phillies, who are sitting at 8-18.
Which is, if you told me that in 2026, man, we'll get to that in just a moment, but we're going to see a throw all the way to home. It is in time, and they're going to say getting underneath it is Hunsley.
Farnsworth must have missed the tag on the swipe there, and Hunsley was able to slide around it and beat the throw, because it looked like the throw had him by a step and a half, but he's able to maneuver around the catcher in Farnsworth and score to make it a 4-0 ball game here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, I would say from this view, it looked like he clear as day could have beat the tag, or couldn't beat the tag, but getting underneath it, that had to be, couldn't have asked for perfect timing, I should say there. So it's a 4-0 lead for the Governors, and at the plate now is Lindenkugel, who in the first inning would get on base by the walk, and now you got a runner on first for the Governors and a 0-1 count for Lindenkugel.
And going back to that last batter, Wyatt, Sutton Sunshine did a nice job of lining that pitch to right field and allowing Hunsley to score on that play.
Yeah, next pitch going to be low for ball 1, so he evens the count at 1 apiece here. And yeah, when John was talking about how warm this press box is compared to outside, night and day difference.
It's okay to admit you're soft too, Wyatt.
I am soft a little bit.
You'd be one in the club here. I mean, that's why we're all up here now.
I will admit, I did decide to come to a baseball game in 40 degrees in shorts. That might have been mistake number 1. That is ball number 2.
It's okay. I made that mistake last week, so don't feel like you're alone there.
Coach told me it's always 70 and sunny, no matter how you.
That's right.
No matter how you feel, even if it was snowing, still have practice. Get your pads on, boys.
That's right.
Or in this case, get your gloves and bats.
Yeah.
The 2-1 count here. Pitch to Lindenkugel. Runner on first with 1 out. It's Melo. Jacks first. A quick glance, now taking his time, fires it in, and we'll paint that outside for strike 2.
A long pause there from Melo on that pitch, really holding Sunshine over at first base. Sunshine has not stolen a base this year, so really keeping him honest over there is Melo, and Lindenkugel is sitting in the batter's box waiting for him to throw. I thought he might have called in time if he would have waited a little bit longer.
The 2-2 pitch outside, ball 3, and you really can tell Melo is trying to go as outside as possible with most of his pitches. It's kind of been the pattern we've seen here with a lot recently.
Yeah, he's really tried to hammer that outside corner, whether it's fastballs or off-speed stuff. Really trying to stay on that outer half and get guys to roll over.
The full count pitch, runner on first. Melo checking first quite a bit there, continues to check, and the time is going to be called.
Really, really heady move there by Trip Lindenkugel. I mean, that's such a veteran move from a kid who's an 8th grader. I mean, that's just such a wise job by him.
And that's going to be ball 4. That will put 2 on base here for the Governors. So runners at first and second, and it will bring up now O'Brien, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat.
Yeah, now runners on first and second, runner in scoring position for the Governors in Sunshine. And to your point, that'll bring Parker O'Brien to the plate. And Melo's already thrown 50 pitches, and we're going to get a mound visit here from the Cobbler pitching coach. So already 50 pitches here through 2 1/3 for Melo, and already the Cobblers are behind 4-0 as the Governors have the advantage.
Yeah, we'll see probably just maybe a settle down conversation for Melo. Again, you got to wonder who's available for the Cobblers, who isn't available for the Cobbler. I mean, that's kind of really you got to wonder that as well. I mean, the fact that like we mentioned that first game that UTEC was able to settle in, that kind of maybe helped their pitching just at least for the next game. But coming up to bat now will be Parker O'Brien, again struck out in his first at-bat, which was in the first inning here. And you got 2 on for the Governors. And the first pitch, first swing, it will go to second. Here's 1 throw to 2, and that's going to be safe at first base, so they only get 1 out on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, it was Taylor-made 6-4-3 double play there for the Cobblers, and UTEC's flip to second was maybe a little bit high and, didn't have quite as much mustard on it as he may have hoped, but that allowed O'Brien, who's got some wheels, to beat out the relay throw to get him at first and extend the inning to Bridger Babcock here, the first baseman.
So you got Sunshine at third, and running back to first is O'Brien with 2 outs now on the board. 1 run has gone by here. That was Hunsley, who somehow got underneath the tag and the throw to home. And Melo will fire the first pitch. He gets the top of the zone, and I'll be called for strike 1, and you got O'Brien making his way to second.
Yeah, it was interesting because I wasn't sure if Jones was going to hold on O'Brien, because O'Brien had a huge lead over at first, almost basically begging them to try to pick off.
Yeah, next pitch, nice job there by the catcher Farnsworth, who doesn't let that go by, but it will make the count 1 apiece.
And then when he didn't pick off, did Melo, that was an easy swipe of second for O'Brien to put now 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs here.
1 swing of the bat can make this a 6-0 game here. Melo delivers high and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 count. Now again, Blake mentioned 2 runners on in scoring position. You got Sunshine at third. O'Brien stands at second. The 2-1, 2 outs here for the Governors. This one is swung on into shortstop, and putting it away is UTEC. And the Governors do put 1 on, but leave 2 on the bases here. We'll step aside. We'll get to the 4th inning next here on KCCR 1240 AM, 98.9 FM.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. It is 4-0, and again, the Governors pick up 1 via somehow Hunsley getting underneath the tag on a really great job by Rapid City Central. Just get that 2 home. And Blake, I mean, what an effort there from Hunsley to get the 4th run.
Yeah, really good effort, just avoiding the tag on the slide, getting around the catcher in Farnsworth, going up the third base line to kind of angle his body around the tag was Porter Hunsley and extend this lead to 4-0 as Jackson fouls that back to the stone here back behind home plate for strike 1.
Yeah, so it is Jackson, Ben Farnsworth, and Malo who are due up here in this inning for Rapid City Central, as if I can stay on top here with the scoreboard. And then it is going to be a ground over to Shufflebein, who can't field it, and that will put Jackson on first.
Yeah, slow chopper right in front of Shufflebein there, and he went to charge it, and it was right kind of where the field condition changes from grass to agrolime, and he, right as that first hop happened, it kind of changed course a little bit, and unable to field it cleanly was Carter Shufflebein, the shortstop, and that allows Jackson to get on first base, who's got next to no lead.
Yeah, and this one is also going to be a hit in fair play, and that will put a runner on at least second and third. So 2 Central base runners now in scoring position, 2 pitches, and also 2 runners on.
Yeah, Farnsworth just took that pitch. That was an inner half fastball, and he was able to turn on it and drive it to left field down the third base line for a double. And that puts runners second and third, to your point, Wyatt, with nobody out here in this top of the 4th and a chance for the Cobblers to put their first runs on the board today.
Yeah, Malo reached down an error in his last at-bat, and he'll see the first pitch go by for strike 1. So runner at third is Jackson. Runner at second is Ben Farnsworth on 2 pitches. As Newhart is going to get set, fire the 0-1. This one also going to be hit. This is going to go into left field. Putting it away on a catch is O'Brien, and Jackson, who wasn't standing on the base, has to go back, and it will hold Jackson at third.
Yeah, just a lazy fly ball to the left, and O'Brien's able to retire Malo for out number 1. But to your point, Jackson, I think, left a little bit early, and if he would have continued home, would have been called out at home, so he has to retreat back to third base. No harm, no foul, though, as that makes it just 1 out here in this top of the 4th.
Yeah, next pitch. This one also going to be hit into play, and the Governors will just take the easy out at first, and a runner goes in, and the Cobblers will finally get on the scoreboard for the first time today as they now trail 4-1.
Yeah, productive out there by the Cobblers, as it was just a ground ball to the right side, and Brecken Furman's able to make the play. And Gregory was able to hit it to Furman to retire him, but the run scores in Jackson, and that's the first run of the game for the Cobblers, the first run of the day.
Well, the defense going to continue to do some more work, but putting that away will be Shufflebein, and we are going to see 1 run come across at the end of the top of the 4th. As the Governors coming up here will have their 7, 8, 9 runners due up here next. We'll step aside. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
And we're back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM as Rapid City Central, finally gets on the scoreboard for the first time here today. As that was a fielder's choice to get that, or excuse me, it was a ground out really for Gregory, but it was a productive out because you get the first run of the day. And, who knows, maybe that first run is what they need to kind of get things going here.
Yeah, this is, you take runs however you can get them on a day like today if you're the Central Cobblers. And that was a productive out by Gregory on that play, but, started with Jackson getting on base first on the error by Scheffelbein. And if you give a team extra outs, a lot of times they come back to haunt, as the double by Ben Farnsworth down the line to put runners second and third. And I thought Jonathan Newhart did a good job of not allowing more damage to be done, as he got a fly out to left, then a ground ball to second, which was the RBI ground out, and then a pop out to shortstop to end that top of the fourth. So good job of responding there by Jonathan Newhart in the face of maybe a little bit of turmoil there, only allowing one run to come across in that top of the fourth.
And 7 pitches?
And 7 pitches total, yeah.
I'd say even though one run count, not a bad inning, and Eilers, who is up to bat for the Governors, will have that foul for strike one.
Yeah, 47 pitches total through 4 innings for Jonathan Newhart to this point. Really, really efficient ball game thrown here by the Governor starter in game number 2. Again, just continuing the trend of excellent pitching here this weekend.
Yeah, Eilers, Deal, and Furman are the 3 for the Governors due up here. Eilers, who now faces an 0-1 count, will now face an 0-2 count as he's fouled both pitches so far. So already an 0-2 count here, and chance for Melo, who is kind of, again, it's really a sell. He's at 57. This will be pitch number 58, and just maybe a chance here to get an early out in the bottom of the fourth as Melo fires it in, and I'm going to say no, he didn't go. It was a check swing, so nice job there by Eilers to avoid going all the way there, and he will keep the at-bat alive.
Yep, I think that was the right call. Not quite a full, or not a full check swing there. He was able to check it.
Melo fires 1-2, swing and a miss there for strike 3, and that will be strikeout number 4 for Melo here today, and that will be out number 1.
Yeah, just unable to hold up on the curveball, as that curveball was a little bit low, a little bit outside. There was Eilers, and he is put away on strikes, 4th strikeout to your point for Melo here in this bottom of the 4th, as now into the box steps Jaron Deal for the Governors.
Yeah, Deal will see the first pitch go by for strike 1, grounded out to Melo in the second. So this is his second at bat, 0-1 today, as the bottom of the lineup is 0 for 4 after that strikeout. Furman is due up next here. Deal will let that next pitch go by, and it catches the outside part of the zone once again for strike 2.
Yeah, Jaron Deal has 5 hits on the year, but he is an extra base machine. 3 of those have been extra base hits, 2 triples and a home run in 26 at-bats coming into today's ball game.
Melo on the 0-2 fires. This one swung. It is going to be just past Jackson, but he's still able to get the throw in. Ooh, is he going to be safe? And yes, they're going to say he's safe. Is falling to the dirt was Jones. Kind of hoping his hand is all right. Almost probably got his hand caught underneath there.
Yeah, that was a close play. I wasn't sure. It looked to me like maybe they got Deal by a step, and I don't know if
that's what I thought as well.
Jones dropped the ball, or maybe they called him for interference. I'm not entirely sure what the call was there, but regardless, Deal ends up on first base, and instead of 2 outs now the Govs have a runner on first base with only 1 out, and that runner does have some speed in Jaron Deal.
Yeah, pitch goes by, and that is what my high school teacher would say, a juicy peach there for strike 1.
There you go.
That was pretty good wordplay.
Yeah, I love that.
John can maybe try to take it. Maybe one thing. If John gets one thing out of this broadcast, is I did not come up with that. But
good visual there for sure.
Yeah, the next one is also in there for strike 2. I won't say it twice in a row. Maybe I'll save it for the Governor's pitching side.
I'm gonna say, you got any more in the bag?
Waiting for that can of corn type call.
There you go.
That would be the other one.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since I've, called a baseball game. I'll be completely honest. I mean, John's always got the Pierre Governors. I know I'm going to call at least another couple of games, I believe, for Legion here is the next pitch in there for ball 2. I'll try to come up with some more.
There you go. Yeah.
As I get closer to the next couple of games. Got 1 on, 1 out. It's a 1-2 count now here for Brecken Furman, who did get caught looking in the second. It's Malo again checking over at first again. Continues to look in. It feels like when he's checking so often, that's when the Governors say, let's just hold off for a second here.
Yeah, it's all about trying to throw off the timing, I think, in both cases.
Yeah, Malo fires it quickly. Running over to second is going to be Deal, and he's getting it there safely on a throw that just goes a little over past second base.
Yeah, Farnsworth was popping up trying to get Deal at second, but overthrew it a little bit. Good job of backing up there was Jackson, but Malo actually went quick pitch there trying to throw off the timing of Furman and was unable to do so as he was unable to find the zone. Now it's 2-2.
Yeah, next pitch on the 2-2 will hit the dirt. This will advance now, Deal over to third, and so now you got a runner 90 feet away from what could possibly be the 5th run of the night.
Yeah, good job there by Deal to take third base, and now Furman batting with a runner 90 feet away from making this a 5-1 ball game here with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th, and the count is full to Furman. Really, only realistic possibility of a double play would be a hot shot to third, and Scheffelbein would be able to bat here more than likely.
Malo will throw it, and it's going to be just high for ball 4, so that will put runners on the corners here. And Malo, who maybe could have got away with one, does lose the batter, and that will put runners on the corners here with 1 out. And the top of the order is now coming up.
Yeah, we'll maybe see if the Govs try to go double steal attempt here as Furman's taking a pretty big lead off of first base here as well.
So Malo will check first and will continue to check. Now we'll fire it in as it will go just outside for ball 1.
Jones deked Furman over at first base too because Furman had a huge lead. Jones kind of broke to first base like he was going to try and pick him off, and Furman had to go back to the base as the pitch was being delivered. So good strategy there by the Cobblers.
So this is the 3rd time at the top of the order, and they'll be checking third, but getting back quickly there was Deal. So nothing too harmed there. It'll be a 1-0 count, still 1 out.
And very rarely do you see a pickoff to third base because any overthrow, you're giving up a run.
Exactly. Next pitch, Malo has that. That's going to be a steal over to second there from Furman, who is there safely, but Deal does not go for a double steal. But the good news is now, if you're the Governors, you got 2 in scoring position with 1 out.
Second steal of the year there for Furman is now, like you said, 2 runners in scoring position for Scheffelbein.
And Scheffelbein will let it go by. That one will be the first strike, and the count is now 2-1.
7 RBI on the year for Scheffelbein to this point. You know, his RBI numbers maybe are a little lower just because he's typically hitting leadoff, so hitting with not as many guys on base as that pitch is on the outside corner for strike 2.
Yeah, they have seen a lot of the outside pitch, but Malo has done a really good job making the Governors maybe think about whether going for it or not here at a 2-2 with 2 on, 1 out. Malo fires and could be just outside for ball 3. Sometimes those umpires, they kind of have that dramatic, third strike. So you got to be like, you think, but you don't know.
Yep. You kind of got to hold off on making a call till you see the movement by the umpire. Absolutely.
Here is the full count pitch. Scheffelbein at the plate, swings and fouls. It's going to be staying alive here on a 3-2.
A good fight there by Carter. We'll see if he can put one in play here and extend the Governor lead possibly to 6-1 with 1 swing of the bat.
Yeah, Scheffelbein is 0 for 2 here today. Looking to try to get it in play, and it's going to be a loaded base. Ball 4, And now you got runners everywhere here. For coming up to bat is Porter Hunsley, who did get to third in the first. He did get home after reaching on walks, and it looks like going to have a conversation here for the Cobblers, and that might do it here for Malo here today.
Yep, they just took the ball from him, so we're going to see a pitching change here for the Cobblers here in this bottom of the fourth, and it looks like they're going to give it to Poirier, who is their team leader in innings pitched so far this year.
Yeah, Poirier will get more of that here. 15.2 innings pitched. He's appeared in 7 games, and we'll tell you more about that. We'll let him warm up here. We'll be back in 90 seconds here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM, 98.9 FM. Wybridge with you. Blake Dean joining us here. And our pitching change is going to be Poirier, who is going to be a straight switch. It's going to be Malo going to third. Poirier is at the mound.
Yeah, and Poirier, so far this year, this is his 8th appearance in a ball game. He's only started 1 game, so the majority of his innings have come in relief, but he's the team leader in innings pitched. So far this year for the Cobblers, he has allowed 21 hits to this point in the year. He's allowed 23 runs, 15 of those earned for an ERA of 6.70, 12 walks, 17 strikeouts, 4 men hit by pitch, and allowed 10 stolen bases, batting average against of 304 for Poirier, in a big spot to bring him into with the bases loaded in a 3-run ball game, trying to keep this game within reach as Porter Hunsley steps to the dish with 1 out.
Yeah, 1 out. The first pitch for Poirier is going to be thrown low for ball 1 here. So it is a 1-0 count, and Governors, put some more runs. You're making this a lot more difficult for Central, who did get a run in that top of the 4th. The 1-0 from Poirier fires it in, and off-speed pitch gets in there for strike 1.
Yeah, good job by Porter Hunsley there, just looking to see at least 1 strike come across the plate there from Poirier as he comes into the game with the bases loaded. He's actually pitching from the windup as opposed to the stretch, so we'll see how that fares.
Yeah, next pitch is going to be high for ball 2, so it is a 2-1 count here. And again, we kind of mentioned it, not sure what the pitching depth is looking like here, especially if they played yesterday or I should say throughout the week, and how that changes. Like the Governors won't play until next Saturday, as Porter Hunsley will put that into center field, and it brings a run home.
Good swing there by Porter, laces 1 out to center field. Good relay there for the Cobblers, keeping everybody and keeping the bases loaded, but another run comes across for the Governors to make it a 5-1 ball game with Sun and Shine coming to the plate.
Yeah, Jaron Deal will cross home plate. Furman will go to third. It puts Shufflebein at second. Now Porter Hunsley stands at first. It is Sun and Shine, who did get a single, and he is right now 2 for 2, and the first one's going to be in there for ball 1. So the 1-0 count there. So the full base, or the loaded bases, does produce at least 1 run. It still stays loaded here for Poirier. With a 1-0 count, 1 out. Next pitch fires in. This one going to be swung into center field, and another run will come in for the Governors, and it will stay loaded.
Yeah, nice job there by Sunshine. Another nice swing for him as he's able to lace that one into center field to make it a 6-1 ball game as the Govs are going station to station right now as they're extending this lead. And based on looking at their game changer, Wyatt, it looks like everybody for Central is available to throw here this afternoon, this afternoon and this evening. So apart from UTEC, who threw in game 1.
Yeah, so that is what the Rapid City Central Cobblers will be facing now. So at least everybody's available now that we know that. That first pitch there for Linton Kugel is in there for strike 1. This Poirier will get set, fire the next pitch. That one fouls off for strike 2.
Poirier and I guess now Malo having exited the ball game at this point. But yeah, full stable of arms coming into this ball game for the Central Cobblers. And, they are really going to need the rest of their guys and probably their best guys to keep this game close, as a couple of hits so far as Poirier's come in relief and not been able to secure an outs to this point so far.
Yeah, swing and a miss there for strike 3. That will put the second out on the board, and we'll see batter number 8 come up to the plate. That is the second strikeout of the inning for the Governors, but it is the first for Poirier here today.
Yeah, O'Brien steps to the plate, still with the bases loaded and 2 outs. All he needs to do is put the bat on the ball, force the Cobbler defense to make a play. Already 4 errors through not even 4 innings for the Cobblers to this point.
Yeah, Poirier finding the zone there for strike 1, so it's a 0-1 count now for O'Brien, and if they can get one more hit, you can see the full lineup here in this 4th inning. It is 6-1 on your American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. And the 0-1 pitch comes in. This one going to be swung over to the third baseman in Malo, and he will just tag third for the easy out. And that will retire the 4th inning here. But the Governors put 2 runs across. They lead 6-1. We're back in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
Back here on Country 95, KCCR.
I jinxed him. I
knew it. I knew it was going to happen. All right, KCCR, since I feel like I should know better, but it was totally understandable. We all know. KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM as the Pierre Governors, who are leading 6-1 as I'm trying to get myself reset here. Poirier did come in and kind of did a good job relieving, only surrendering 1 run in the process.
Yep, came in with the bases loaded, had a couple of hits allowed to Hunsley and Sunshine, but was able to close the door shut and allow only 2 runs to come across in that inning, and they were both actually attributed to Malo. So good job by Poirier of coming in and doing his job, but it's now a 6-1 ball game in favor of the Govs as Newhart's first pitch is upstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, top of the 5th. The Cobblers did get 1 run across, and a check swing is fouled off there for strike 1. Makes the count evened up at 1 apiece. And so due up here, Tucker Jones, Sam Farnsworth, and you got UTEC coming up next. That will be your 3 here. Is right now Jones is up to bat here. Or fires the next pitch and tries to go inside, gets the inside part of the zone for strike 2.
Yeah, Jones comes in to this at bat 0 for 1 with a pop out to first base, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But 0 for 3 in the previous game, 3 strikeouts, and he pops this one up here.
Yeah, this one going to be high up there. Shufflebine hanging out underneath and calls it for out number 1. So nice job there for Shufflebine to call it out and make sure nobody came running to him, but you put one away.
Yeah, it looked like O'Brien was running right over to him and maybe spooked him a little bit, but Shufflebine able to maintain composure and retire Jones for out number 1.
So now up to bat, the number 9 hitter in Farnsworth, who did reach first base. He is on error, I should correct myself, and the first pitch in there for strike 1.
Yeah, Sam Farnsworth stepping into the batter's box here for the Cobblers, now down 0-1. Bottom of the order here for Central as the lineup will turn over to UTEC after Farnsworth bats here.
0-1 count, 1 out, nobody on here as Newhart will fire a pitch that's upstairs a little bit there for ball 1. Sitting at 51 pitches, and again, Cotton did have a tough second and really third innings, but really staying in that count there. Next pitch inside for ball 2.
Which, to that point, Wyatt, the scoreboard doesn't show that because he ended up with zeros on the scoreboard in the second and the third. And then the one inning where he allows a run, he only throws 7 pitches.
Yeah, it was letting the defense really doing the work there. That's just trusting your defense so much there in those cases. And another pitch, another hit, another out. Make it 2 away.
Yeah, just pop out to center. Porter Hunsley gliding over to his right to make the catch in left center field between O'Brien and Shufflebine there. Hunsley able to call everybody off, make the play, 2 outs, and now the lineup card turns back over for Logan UTEC.
Yeah, so UTEC comes up. He's 1 of 2 here today, and he's had a really good job with the bat. He just has not crossed home plate once, and he'll hit this one to second base. That's Furman, and that will put the end of the 5th, or the top of the 5th, I should say, away. 3 up, 3 down inning. We'll step aside. We'll be back in 60 seconds here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
And we're back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. As Newhart is just having himself a pretty good couple of innings here with Blake. And, letting the defense do the work, really doing the work. He hasn't really had to put anybody away himself to have those last 2 good innings.
Yeah, 7 pitches in the top of the 4th where a run did score. So really good job of efficient pitching by Jonathan Newhart in that top of the 4th. I did it again. But in that top of the 5th, he goes 9 pitches in that inning as well. So really efficient outing so far here for Jonathan Newhart. He hasn't struck anybody out. He's only allowed 1 walk, though, so only 1 free batter reaches base against Newhart and 3 hits to that end. So another quality start here for the Governors as they keep rolling along.
Yeah, up to bat is the only batter in the lineup who did not get to see a plate appearance in the 4th, and that is Bridger Babcock, who right now has a 2-0 count ahead of Poirier, who did come in the last inning for Malo. Again, it was just a straight switch. Malo went to 3rd, and Poirier now stands on the mound with a 2-0 count against Babcock. Next pitch, going to be low for ball 3.
Yeah, we'll see if Bridge can get on here and extend the inning to Will Eilers, who looking for his first hit of the afternoon. It's 5 hits so far for the Govs in this game number 2.
Yeah, the 3-0 pitch. Is it going to be a 4-pitch walk? It is. It is a 4-pitch walk to start the bottom of the 5th here. The Governors, again, leading right now 6-1 against Central here. And, going for, I believe, they are 14 wins in a row, going for win number 15 in a row. And it's kind of funny when you say that. You think, oh, well, Pierre's doing pretty good. They're in the middle of the pack,
yeah,
as far as standings goes. Right now, they 40.58, but that doesn't count the win in the last game. But yeah, it's funny that when you think 14 wins, you'd be like, oh, are we top? And this is going to be a bunt that does not go for the catch, and it's going to be a bunt single, and that puts 2 on.
Yeah, that was kind of a pop-up bunt there by Eilers that really just fell to the turf. Ben Farnsworth tried to dive and make that catch, but it kind of went off of his mitt and rolled away from a charging Malo and then Poirier as well. So Eilers able to beat it out. On top of that, reach base safely. So bunt single for him, and that'll put runners on first and second, nobody out. And now Jaron Deal steps to the plate.
Yeah, Deal is up to bat there. They do rule it a single, so now a walk and a single, and they just showed bunt again. It was Deal, and the Governors did have the bases loaded, and it just was a go next station kind of approach, and got 2 runs. They did get 2 runs when they were going station to station there.
Yeah, back in that last inning, bottom of the 4th.
The 1-0 count, 2 on, runners at second and first. Bunt is being shown again. That is going to be the case here. Poirier does pick it up, but that's more just to advance the 2 runners over to the second and third, and that will be the case, and one's put down for the Governors.
Yeah, sacrifice complete there for Jaron Deal, moving both runners up to second and third, putting them in scoring position, and we're actually going to get a courtesy runner for Will Eilers, the catcher, and it's going to be the other Will Danberg, running for him.
So that will be, trying to get my book caught up here. We ground out to Poirier. So runners now in scoring position, second and third. As Furman, who did reach out a walk in his last at-bat, he is 0 for 1 here today. He did strike out in the second, and he'll let the first pitch go by for strike number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if Furman can do a job here and put the ball in play, potentially extending the lead to 7 if he's able to put one in the outfield grass and extend the lead to 8, as Danberg's got some wheels on him and probably would be able to score on a base hit.
And that pitch going to go outside for now a 1-1 count. And 1 out still, again 2 on, so kind of a similar setup like the last inning where just got runners eventually in scoring position, and then bases ended up being loaded. And Poirier now going to try to get out of a potential 2-run hole that he's in right now. That one's going to be a 2-1 count.
Yeah, pitch just a little bit inside there to Brecken Furman. He's pretty close to 300 on the year hitting-wise. 7 singles in 24 plate appearances for the Governor second baseman.
Shufflebind waiting on deck here. Poirier for the next pitch. That one swing and a miss as it goes outside for strike 2.
Yeah, curveball just caught Furman a little bit out front, was unable to hold up as he swings through it for strike 2. He is 0 for 1 in this game, but does have a run scored as he walked in one of his previous plate appearances.
Yeah, that was in that last inning that he was able to cross home plate. Poirier on the 2-2, and a foul tip. Strike 3 will put 2 out.
Yeah, nice job of hanging on to it was Ben Farnsworth, the catcher, but that turns the lineup card back over as Furman strikes out and brings Carter Scheffelbein to the plate here with 2 outs and 2 runners in scoring position.
Yeah, did reach out and walked it to get all the way to third before the inning did get retired, but Scheffelbein has reached the plate, or has reached base twice here today, and Scheffelbein will let the first one go by for ball 1. Grounded out in the third, reached out a walk in the fourth for Carter Scheffelbein. Porter Hunsley waiting to see if he gets an opportunity in this inning, or we'll wait to see if he'll do it in the bottom of the 6th. Boyer, the 1-0, fires it, goes outside for ball 2.
Yeah, and with the base open, maybe they're thinking, we're not going to give you anything good to hit. If you're Carter Scheffelbein to extend this lead to 8-1, we'll be plenty content with putting you on base with somebody in front of you kind of clogging the base path to some extent rather than let you beat us with the bat.
Well, it doesn't help when the next guy who's reached base every single time and Scheffelbein will foul that one for strike 1. But, yeah, the man who is next is Porter Hunsley, who has reached base every single time here today. So I don't know how much that really is helpful.
That's true. It's kind of a pick your poison type of deal right now.
Boyer, the 2-1, 2 outs, 2 on. Here is the pitch fired, fouled for strike 2, and now that put deuces on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on.
Scheffelbein a little bit ahead of that curveball there. Head kind of flew open to some extent, but was able to get a piece of it, foul it back to the screen to stay alive at 2-2.
To try to end the 5th, Poyer in. That one just outside for ball 3.
Yeah, outside maybe a little bit low as well, but full count now to Scheffelbein. He's got really good eye at the plate, and he's going to know the strike zone just about as well as anybody on this Governor Ball Club.
To potentially extend the lead or get the bases loaded, Scheffelbein hits this one to right field, and right underneath it is Farnsworth, and now we'll put it into the 5th. So 2 are left on for the Governors, and we will go to the 6th as the Cobblers. We'll see. There's 2, 3, 4 hitters due up next. We're back in 60 seconds here on Country 95, or on KCCR 1240 AM 98.9 FM.
Stulkin Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stulkin Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
And we're back here on KCCR 1240 AM 98.9 FM. We're not on Country 95.3. It's only music that's getting played. I promise we're not on Country 95.3. Apparently habits sometimes stick around just a little bit longer.
I'm going to say, this first broadcast, give yourself some slack a little bit.
Perfection is always better. No, I'm just kidding. Due up here is the 2, 3, 4 hitters, Solano, Jackson, and Farnsworth, who are due up, and Farnsworth right now sees a 1-0 count early on.
I think, is this Farnsworth or Solano?
Solano.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. And Solano will hit this, and it will get between shortstop and third, and it puts a runner on first. And really, after having 2, he went 0 for 2, and that's his first time that he's on base here today.
Yeah, first hit in both games, which with a guy coming into a doubleheader with a .623 batting average, for that to be his first hit in the top of the 6th, the game #2, that bodes pretty well if you're the opposing team.
And now Jackson, who is our other good hitter, is at the plate, and right now he is facing an 0 for 2 day as well. So, I mean, when you can kind of limit your best hitters in the lineup, you're doing something right defensively. Jackson's hits in the stands, and it will not get a free ticket as it bounces away from the fence there, and it will stay a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Yeah, to your point, the Central Cobblers have 6 guys that came into this doubleheader hitting above 400. As Jackson will pop this one in foul territory over to Babcock, who will camp underneath it and make the play for out number 1. But
that's a pretty good one too, camp out.
There you go. With 6 guys hitting over 400 and, through 5 1/3 in this ball game with only 3 hits and 4 hits total as a team through a game plus up to this point really, really speaks to the Governor pitching staff here in the performance that they put forth this afternoon and this evening.
Yeah, Farnsworth is up to bat. He popped out in the second. He did reach on in the fourth. He made it to third before the inning came to a close, and now he faces an 0-1 count. Farnsworth, who has really done a good job in these last 2 innings, pitching-wise, trying to keep that going. Again, 7 pitches in the fourth, 9 pitches in the fifth, so doing a pretty good job here and trying to see if he can keep that going here. He's at 60 pitches. The runner tonight still on first, 0-2, or excuse me, a 1-1 count. Makes it now 2-1.
Yeah, Jonathan Newharth not going to overpower you in terms of, striking anybody out. He hasn't struck anybody out today, but only 1 free pass and I guess 4 hits on the board total so far through this point, and he has been very effective.
This one is going to go just the foul line. It gets there just before it's in fair play, and probably gets a break for the Governors. Is you had one who fell to the dirt and then another one who was going to be far away from that, and potentially could have had the runner be on third.
Yeah, heck of a play there just to knock the ball down was the Governor third baseman over there in Lindekugel. But, to your point, Wyatt, break for the Govs.
Yeah, next pitch high for ball 3, and now going to have to try to get out of this bind that Newhart is in.
And to that point, probably a break because I don't know that they would have gotten a chance to throw out Solano or Farnsworth on that one down the line. And maybe Trip Lindekugel, after seeing Farnsworth double down the third base line and then hit that one maybe about 6 inches foul, should maybe think about hugging that line a little bit more.
Next pitch is ball 4. That puts the next runner on, and you got 2 on with 1 out.
Yeah, Malo coming to the plate now with a couple of guys on base after the base on balls to Farnsworth, and he'll come up with 2 men on and only 1 out, and an opportunity to cut into this lead a little bit for the Central Cobblers.
Yeah, Malo 0 of 2, reached on an error. He would fly out to center in the fourth, and the first pitch is 0-1. So Newhart got 2 on now that he's facing. He will check second, throws the pitch. It's going to be low in the dirt for ball 1, and the count evens up at 1 apiece.
Good stop there by Will Eilers back behind the dish to keep it from getting to the backstop and allowing both runners to advance with a 1-1 count here in this top of the 6th.
Newhart checks second once again. He will. That one's going to be hit over into center field. Hunsley is going to get it there for out number 2, and everybody has to go back to where they started in this at-bat. And Malo, give him credit. He is putting contact now in this game. He's just not able to get one to go his way.
Yeah, just unfortunately flew out to center in Hunsley. Hunsley's a really good defensive center fielder, able to make the play for out number 2. And up to the plate now steps Gregory with 2 men on and 2 out.
And Newhart now will face a lefty batter. This one going to be popped out and out of play. And man, that's loud.
Yep, tin roof on the over the grandstand here at Hyde Stadium. Any foul balls that hit that, you're going to hear it.
I was talking about how kind of old school but new school kind of this stadium kind of has it. And watch for the pickoff there. Nice stop there by Babcock on that pickoff attempt. But this field gives me new old school with the fence, but also does feel a little bit newer, in a sense of like with the grass and some of the stadium seating here. So I wanted to give a shout out to Hyde Stadium, like with that. The 0-1 and I'll probably be strike 2 unintentionally.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a swing where Gregory started to go around on it, but unfortunately was not able to hold up as he made up his mind too late and kind of ended up being a half-hearted bailout type of a swing there to make it 0-2.
0-2, 2 outs. It'll stay going here as that one go just upstairs for ball 1.
Well, to your point, Wyatt, I mean, this is a stadium that's been around for close to 100 years in terms of the actual field itself, but they just did a recent renovation here about 9 years ago to the grandstand and everything else.
Yeah, this one going to be grounded over there to Babcock. He'll just handle all the duties himself, and I will put the inning or the top of the 6, I should say, to a close as we will go to the bottom of the 6th. The Governors will see Hunsley, Sunshine, Linnenkugel coming up next after this 60-second timeout.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
Back here on KCCR 1240 AM and 98.9 FM. Now that you say, like, I caught myself, now I'm like,
now you're thinking about
now
it.
I'm thinking about it every single time. I'm sure, like, everybody's like, you're on Country 95.3? Yeah, right. It is the Governors leading 6-1 here as we are going to the 6th inning. Wow, I almost.
Bottom of the 6th. You're right.
I was making sure our scoreboard was correct here, and with the new fancy system, this is my first time getting to really mess with it.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
Very impressed.
Yeah,
I will say not much of a difference, but with all these extra stuff, that's probably the only difference, but just makes the production that much nicer and cleaner. We have a camera that's 300 and some odd feet from and center field that I'll have to go endure the cold weather for here when this game comes to a close. But that first pitch is in there for ball 1. It is Porter Hunsley due up here along with Sunshine and Linnenkugel. But yeah, really nice setup here, and John's done a really good job kind of making this look a lot cleaner, especially with football season, and you get the rest of baseball season coming up here. Swing and a miss for strike 1 and a replay. That's a huge bonus. Now, granted, I have not used the replay. I tried it once and completely messed it up there on the potential double play there in that early going of the second game, and it's a 1-1 count. But yeah, no, pretty nice stuff there, Blake.
Absolutely. I think from what I recall, kind of the debut of everything, all the new equipment, all the new technology was during hockey season this year. So, big shout out to KCCR and obviously sister station Country Rock 104.5 that was debuted during the Oahe Capital season this year as well.
Yeah, the next pitch is in there for ball 3. Yeah, John and I were like, do we want to say something or we just want to go, we got something planned and go, what is it? We wonder what it is. We were just kind of, playing along with it. No, John did a good job, especially with the hockey season. He's at an event or something that he's helping out with.
Yeah.
Next pitch. Got it in there for strike 2, and so now the payoff pitch is coming up.
Did I say Country Rock? I meant Capital City Rock.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but.
Yeah. I'm not paid, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just up here as a volunteer, so.
Yeah, we appreciate
cut me some slack a little bit.
We appreciate what you do. The next pitch swung, and this one's going to go into left center field, and that will be a base hit for Porter Hunsley. Kind of just couldn't have asked for a better spot there for Porter Hunsley.
Yeah, Porter continues to swing a hot bat here in this game number 2, now 2 for 3. And he's got a walk, a run, an RBI, and just continues to swing a hot bat. And an even hotter bat coming to the plate right now is Sutton Sunshine, as he's 3 for 3 with 3 singles and 3 RBI and a run scored to this point.
Yeah, Sunshine at the plate here. Poirier still on the mound here. It's a 6-1 lead for the Governors, and taking off to second is Hunsley. He's going to get there just in the nick of time. And was Poirier looked like he was falling a little bit on that pitch?
Well, I guess I didn't see his follow through. I'm not entirely sure.
When he started falling, he recovered himself just in time, but just maybe an awkward pitch there. It was in there for ball 1, though. And now Poirier's got him in 180 feet from scoring. Second pitch, second ball, the count.
Hunsley's 7th stolen base of the year was that swipe of second on that last play. And as he moves into scoring position with Sunshine at the plate, who is 3 for 3, like I mentioned.
Yeah, Poirier going to get the signal. Now he checks second once again, and Central continues to go around the base runner, whoever hangs out at second there. It's a foul for strike 1. That might be kind of their bread and butter type thing when they got a runner alone at second. Just circling around the world, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's Hunsley's 8th stolen base. I just went back and looked. He did have one in game 1 as well. So
the 2-1 count here for Sunshine. And we'll put the bat to the ball. That one's going to drop, and that will at least bring one home. It is going to put Sunshine on second, and it's an RBI double for Sunshine.
4 for 4 day for Sutton on a double to the right center gap, going with the pitch. And he extends his team lead in RBI, scoring Hunsley from second, making it a 7-1 ball game with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning here, continuing to extend the Governor lead.
You got to wonder, too, if there's like one of those innings where it's just going to continue to go and go and go and go. And right now, I mean, this is the perfect setup. No outs. A run has come across on 8 hits. Governors have only had 2 errors to Central's 4. And at the plate here, and that's going to be for strike 1, is Lindenkugel, who has reached on base a couple of times, but he hasn't been able to make contact with the baseball. He did strike out in the 4th. So it is a 0-1 count here. Hunsley did score. That one's going to be hit over to UTEC, who will throw it over to first for the first out, but that does put Sunshine over now to third base.
Yeah, productive out there for Tripp as he's able to ground one right up the middle. UTEC makes a nice play to throw him out for out number 1. But to your point, Sunshine takes third base and is now 90 feet away from making this a 7-run lead for the Governors, 8-1 as Parker O'Brien steps to the plate.
Now O'Brien on the day 0 for 3. On the day is O'Brien will go for that pitch, and he will swing and miss for strike 1.
Pulled the head on the curveball a little bit, did park on that swing, but we'll see if he can stay in there against Poirier. Poirier did a nice job of coming in relief here so far, has only allowed 1 run to his credit. You know, the 2 runs that he came in were attributed to Malo, so solid job of relief here so far for Poirier, as it's now a 1-1 count here to the batter and O'Brien.
O'Brien did reach base once. That was on a fielder's choice, though. He's grounded out and struck out in this contest so far. Even count at 1 apiece. This one swung on, drops to the third base line, and I'll bring a run home. Try going for 2 now is going to be O'Brien. O'Brien's going to see that go all the way to the wall, and O'Brien will now hold at second. Did round quite a bit on second. Well, what a hit. What a spot for that one to bring a run home.
Yeah, scorched down the third base line, just landed fair. Did that swing in O'Brien. Would have been interesting if they had StatCast here to see what the exit velocity on that swing was, because that ball was scorched down the line and almost enough to the point where he thought about trying to get a triple on a ball down the left field line. But wisely stopping at second was Parker O'Brien on that play. Run scores from third in Sunshine to make it an 8-1 lead for the Governors as Bridger Babcock takes strike 1 here from Poirier.
Yeah, Babcock today is been 0 of 2. He did walk in the last inning. Babcock going to be the number 5 hitter in this lineup. Poirier will step off the mound here for just a moment. 0-1 count. 1 out and 1 on second. Babcock still waiting for that second pitch. Poirier fires it. This one going to be swung, and it looks like it hit the leg of Babcock as well, but it fouls for strike 2.
Yeah, those ones never feel good when you foul one off your leg like that. Definitely feel it the day after and maybe a week after, depending upon where it hits you.
I was going to say, is it worse on the leg or on the foot?
Depends on where out on the leg, because if you hit it right off the bone on the inside part of your leg, that can hurt just about as bad.
And probably almost just did it again there was Babcock, so that will make it still 0 of 2, but you got to wonder, it feels like the foot one. It's like, at least when you watch some games in MLB, that feels like that might be the worst of the two, but that's why I had to ask that question.
True, but at least you got a little bit of more padding, I guess, with your shoe as opposed to hardly anything at all unless you're wearing a leg guard on your leg.
Right. Poirier fires the 0-2, and Babcock going to still fight this at bat, and it will stay 0-2 with another foul tip.
Regardless, both of them hurt.
Right.
You don't want to wear anything below your knees as far as things go when you're hitting the ball off of yourself.
I was going to say, trying to remember who got hit by the pitch in that first game. When that one got hit in the helmet.
I think that was Malo.
Yeah, I was going to say, that probably wasn't a pleasant feeling here. But Babcock does hit this one straight up in the air. Malo will put the second out away here, and that will bring up to the plate here Will Eilers.
Yeah, it was Malo back in that first game, but popped out to first did Babcock for out number 2, and Will Eilers steps to the plate, still the runner in scoring position in O'Brien at second.
Everybody dealing with the cold here. It is 47 degrees, which was going to be the high all day, and knocking on the wood, the good news is that with that rain that was in the forecast, that one fouls off third base side for strike 1. We haven't had that precipitation, although probably did need that quite a bit last night.
Yeah, the field really greened up after that light rain last night that really came down pretty steadily over the course of the evening. And they thought about bringing the tarp out on the field before the game even started yesterday when they played Spearfish, but they were able to get through 2 games without having to stop.
You gotta love the weather. There's a swing and miss for strike 2. It's always the spring sports, spring and summer. It's always those 2 sports that always find a way to have altercations in their schedule. It's just like, give the spring sports a little bit of a break here. I mean, winter sports, it snows and you're still on the road or playing games, but somehow in the spring, it's the smallest things that can change a lot of things up here. 0-2 count, 2 outs and 1 on, and an outside pitch for ball 1.
I guess the biggest thing is winter sports, you're inside, and as long as you can get to those places, you can still participate. But yeah, spring sports and summer sports when you're playing outside, that's a little bit less likely to happen.
The 1-2 count here, an 8-1 lead for the Governors. They have to put 2 across the plate. Poirier has that swung on and hit. It's going to be fielded by UTEC. Tries to get the throw over. He hits the ground, and they're going to call him safe at first for Will Eilers.
Good hustle there by Will, able to beat out the throw. Good job of digging it out over at first base was Jones, making it a close play as UTEC had to charge on that baseball. But Eilers with really good hustle, able to beat out the throw, and we're going to see a courtesy runner here for Eilers, and it looks like it's going to be it is going to be Danberg again.
Yeah.
And Jaron Deal steps to the plate here.
So Jaron Deal, who will come in, he is he is 1 of 2 today at the plate. It's Poirier at the plate here, or at the pitch, and that's going to be a foul ball. That almost could have stayed fair, and another run might have crossed, but the question is do the Governors got a 2-out rally here planned with an 0-1 count at the plate?
Yeah, 3 more runs, and that'll end the ball game a little prematurely here on the 10-run mercy rule.
I was going to say, I mean, either way, if Governors, barring a insane hitting output in the top of the 7th, Governors could put a close to the game in the top of the 7th here. Poirier at the mound. He'll fire the pitch. That one's high for ball 1, and there was a steal to second there as Eilers does make his way to second. O'Brien sits at third.
Big opportunity here for Jaron Deal to extend the game and this inning here with 2 outs.
Poirier fires outside for ball 3. Or 2.
Like I said, Jaron Deal, as far as his batting average goes, maybe not what he would necessarily like to see, but he does have, of the hits he does have a lot of extra base hits compared to just singles.
The 2-1 does catch the zone for strike 2, and that will now even the count. 2 apiece, deuces on the board.
We'll see if he can run into a baseball here. He does have the only home run on the team so far this spring.
The 2 count, 2 outs. Runners in scoring position now at second and third. That one's outside for ball 3, and the count is now full.
Bases open over at first, and Brecken Furman would be batting if Deal is able to reach base here, potentially with the bases loaded.
Poirier now trying to put this inning to a close with 2 runs having crossed home plate already. Here is Deal. He's the 7th batter at the plate in this inning, and ouch, we'll walk that headshot over to first.
Yeah, luckily it hit the helmet, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the good news. That's the second time that somebody's been hit on the helmet here today, and again, not intentional, but don't like wearing one of those to first.
I mean, better to hit you in the helmet than, I suppose, in the head or in the face.
Right.
But, you know, looked like Deal was able to kind of laugh that one off as he trotted down to first base.
Oh, and everybody telling him to wear it as well. You got to wear it if you're getting told to wear it.
That's right.
So Brecken Furman is going to be at the plate now. He is 0 of 2 today, and that's going to be a swing and miss for strike 1.
Got a good off-speed pitch there from Poirier. Base is now loaded, and actually the game-ending run is now on base with in Deal at first, because if he's able to cross, it would be a 10-run rule.
So Poirier will get the call or the signal and an 0-1 count. Bases loaded here with 2 outs. Here's the pitch, swung. This one is going to left field. It drops for a single, and it will put 1 run across.
Good piece of hitting there by Furman, going with the pitch and lacing it to left field, able to turn on it, and it'll drop right in front of Gregory in left field. So 1 run does score, but it was hit relatively softly enough to where Gregory was able to field it on a hop and then unable to score from going from second base was the Governor runner in Danberg.
Oh, and here's another hit. This one is going to go in between left and right field, and this could put the close in this ball game. 1 run comes across, and a second one will come across, and that should do it here for a Saturday night.
Nice job by Carter Schuffelbein, able to go to right center field, and it'll go down in the books as a double because, you know, you can't score more runs than what what is allowed, and the runner would have been on third to keep him from getting a triple. It would have been a bases clearing triple otherwise, but extra base hit for Scheffelbein. That does end the game here by way of mercy rule. Final score 11-1 through after 6 innings of baseball here in game number 2 between the Governors and the Cobblers.
Yeah, what a game here for the Governors to get 16 now in a row here tonight. We will wrap things up. We'll take a 60 seconds of break. We'll recap this game, and we'll be back after this here on KCCR.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto and Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
Back here on KCCR, 1240 AM and 98.9 FM is the Pierre Governors. Another perfect day. They go to a 2-0 sweep over our Rapid City Central, and they end it with a big, really 2-hour rally to kind of put this game to a close. And Blake Dean joining us here on the call. Wyatt Bridgego with you. It is 6:10 here from KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station, and I mean, everything you could have asked for a baseball game for the Governors, they probably executed it the best way they could here today.
Yeah, this is the way you want to come out in game number 2, as scoring 11 runs on 13 hits for the Govs in game number 2. You know, huge day at the plate for just about everybody but 2 guys, so 7 guys in the lineup had hits tonight for the Governors in this second game. So really, really positive to see up and down the lineup guys getting into the act of putting together hits, and guys having multiple hit games included Will Eilers. Sutton Sunshine was 4 for 4 in this second game. Porter Hunsley was 3 for 3 as well. So really positive to see those guys, you know, put something together in the batter's box. And then Jonathan Newharth with a fantastic pitching performance. Again, just adding to the list of fantastic pitching performances for this Governor pitching staff as he goes 6 complete innings, 72 pitches thrown, 44 for strikes, 24 batters faced. He allowed 3 hits, only 1 run, but it was an unearned run, 2 walks, no strikeouts for Jonathan Newharth. Let his defense do the job behind him, only 2 errors for the Governor defense back behind Jonathan Newharth here this evening, but they do the job and allow a staggering 4 hits against Rapid City Central through 2 games for a team that came in batting average of 389, just absolutely quieting the bats of the Rapid City Central Cobblers here on a relatively gloomy Saturday afternoon and evening here in the capital city, but just a fantastic ball game as the Governor win streak is now extended to 14 games, which is tied for the second longest winning streak in program history. Granted, you know, the program's only 13 years old to this point, but really, really cool to see this team kind of etch their names into the record books with as many games as they've won in a row.
Yeah, again, we mentioned it earlier, winning as many as they are, and they're still just a team that's in the middle of the pack here. And they're not going to pick up a lot of seed points here tonight, and, you know, you kind of were maybe hoping to see a little bit more of the hitting side of things from Central. It just, this Governor pitching, the pitching staff of the Pierre Governors is just something else. Even with Newhart, who came in, he only had 8 innings pitch heading into today, and the fact that he went the complete game, I mean, the fact that you're only getting like you're averaging about a pitcher a game in all your games that you're playing that is impressive for the Pierre Governors.
Yeah, and it really just speaks to the depth of this pitching staff as well, Wyatt. You look at, your big three in Will Danberg and Brennan McCullough and Carter Templeton are your top three, and, all three of them through this weekend, all three of them through complete games, and there's a reason why they're kind of the big three horses that you're going to look to as the season winds down and in big games as well. But, Jonathan Newharth comes in and shows you, hey, I can hang up there with the best of them, as he comes in and throws 1-run baseball game, only allowing 3 hits to a team that came in hitting just about as well as anybody in the state. So fantastic effort for Jonathan Newharth here as well in game number 2. And again, just goes back to the depth of this ball club, and despite where they're sitting in terms of seed points and the fact that they are kind of middle of the pack as far as things go, this is a team that nobody, as well as they're playing right now, whoever they get matched up with, whether it's a home game here or elsewhere, nobody's going to want to see the Pierre Governors as well as they're playing right now in a series to get to the state tournament.
Yeah, what a day for the Governors, and just all around, it couldn't have gotten any better, and it won't get easier. We'll just tell you that. They have a long weekend coming up next week. Everybody will be available for pitching. They have to go to Sioux Falls to take on Sioux Falls, Washington Saturday, which I believe is an evening doubleheader. And then they got to drive all the way over to Sturgis Sunday. I think they get the rest here, but they'll have to drive over to Sturgis on Sunday for that doubleheader. So busy week next week, even though it's going to be a couple of days, but those are going to be the long road trips. That's some adversity, and how do the Governors respond when that kind of a trip like that comes around?
Yeah, a lot of windshield time for the Govs this upcoming week, as they, like to your point, they're going to take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt in Sioux Falls on Saturday, and start times, not entirely sure. They're listed as 9 and 1 on Game Changer right now, but my guess would be that those games would get moved back. The reason that they initially are listed in Game Changer as home games was that they were supposed to be home games, but the Governor coaching staff and the Roosevelt Rough Rider coaching staff kind of worked it out so that the track athletes for this Governor baseball team can participate in the Howard Wood Classic in Sioux Falls the same day and the same weekend, and so they can have those guys available to play on the ball club as well as they play Roosevelt in Sioux Falls on Saturday. And then you've got to make the trek all the way across the other end of the state, potentially a 6.5 or 7 hour commute across the state to play Sturgis. My guess is that they'll play those games somewhat relatively early in the afternoon so that they're able to get back at a relatively decent hour and get to sleep in their own beds, because my guess is they're probably coming back to Pierre rather than just traveling straight out to Sturgis.
Oh, right, yeah.
They're able to do that and then go out to Sturgis on Sunday, probably play afternoon games as well. A lot of windshield time upcoming this next weekend for the Governors, but they wouldn't have it any other way with as well as they're playing, because they're going to get to face a Roosevelt Rough Rider team who comes in 15th in the standings as of the beginning of the week. They only had 1 win in South Dakota play, and then they go on and face Sturgis out west. Sturgis actually a pretty solid ball club this year, having 5 wins prior to this week in South Dakota play. So, almost the opposite of what you would maybe expect to see, that Sturgis is the tougher of the opponents between Roosevelt and Sturgis. In a regular calendar year, you'd think the opposite, but Sturgis is a good quality ball club. Roosevelt, having their struggles to some extent this year based on their record, but regardless, the Govs are going to have to come ready to play, because they're going to maybe be a little bit fatigued. Their legs are from sitting in the car for upwards of 6 hours one direction, and then probably 6 hours going the opposite direction to the other end of the state. So they're going to have to come ready to play, but knowing this Governor team and the fact that they've strung together 14 wins in a row to this point, I'm not going to put anything past them at this point.
Yeah, can't really yes, you got the momentum with the win streak, but you can't let that kind of get to you either. That's going to be another thing. Don't let the winning streak get to you as well. But as we kind of wrap things up here on this Saturday now evening here at 6:17 from the KCCR studios, Governors continue their win streak. They are now 16-4 on the season before I got my math wrong. But Blake, any last thoughts before we wrap things up here on this Saturday?
I don't think so, Wyatt. This was fun to call a game with you, and it was fun to, get to see a game where really the Govs, granted it took them a little bit, but they were able to kind of lower the blood pressure a little bit to some extent and make it a relatively comfortable victory as opposed to, they've been playing a lot closer games here recently before the second game. So it was fun to kind of let the guard down a little bit and call a game with you on a relatively chilly but really fun afternoon and evening here at Hyde Stadium as the Govs continue to play really good baseball.
I was going to say, same thing for you. It's a pleasure calling with you, even though we have not met until...
Yeah, we didn't meet till earlier today, I don't think.
Walked right in right before John was about to go on the air as well. And a big thanks to John Winkler. He got to call Game 1. I know he is doing some event stuff that he had commitments to, and big thanks to him for allowing me to call another baseball game here. A big thanks to Jen back in the studio, as always, making all the things possible on the air. For Blake, Jen, John, and the entire Riverfront Broadcasting team on KCCR, I'm Wyatt Barichka. This is a presentation of Pierre Governors Baseball here on KCCR.
You've been listening to Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Fording Electric,